Good morning. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome in or welcome back. Intro. We are introing. Intro stuff. There I am. Okay. Okay. Almost there. Almost there. Okay, are we good? Okay. Okie dokie then. Where are we? Where are we? Oh yeah, I changed all the lighting settings. Oh yeah, those look so dark. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see how this looks now. It's probably not gonna look as good because I just fucked around with all the lighting settings yesterday at the end of the stream. For no real reason, honestly. I wasn't trying to accomplish anything. Just dicking around for dicking's sake. I kind of want to change to forward rendering and do some MSAA, you know? See how that goes. Yeah, the grass looks very dark now. I forgot what I did to change that. Oh, didn't we want the cube map? Ooh, it's dark. And then we're supposed to like specify a cube map. Honestly, the real-time capture looks very similar. And what do we have here, huh? What do we have here? Dude, this thing. I don't know how to fix this thing. Okay, let me write a to-do here. To-do, this crashes. Look into soft class pointer, or was it class path or class pointer? What was it? T-soft class pointer. I'm wondering if that would solve this, because apparently these are invalid somehow. They're invalid somehow. Let me look at the actual map here. Are there any entries that look bad? Sometimes like these sometimes these little U objects just go off and do their own thing, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense. My god. Was loaded, load completed. Oh, my dogs are nice and ornery this morning. Anyways, yeah, okay, so that's a nice hot crash to start the day. We love that. I love that for me. Good morning, everyone. Welcome in. I'm gonna do some game dev today. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. It is building at the moment. Don't know why, because I just built it. I guess because I wrote a comment. I wrote a comment, so now it has to rebuild 21 modules. Hey bro, welcome in. What's your phenotype? What does that even mean? Voxnal. My phenotype is yes. Does that answer your question? But yeah, I'm working on an RPG, Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. I have like AI generated quests in the game. Can't really do them yet, but I do send off like API calls to the Gemini API. I like dump my entire game database into the prompt because it's got the like 1 million context window, and I'll be doing more on that, and it'll be start to get really fun because I'll pass in a lot of information about the world and like what zone you're in and stuff like that, and it'll get really interesting. And I actually get a response I get a JSON object response, and I can actually parse that JSON and then like start spawning things in the world based on that quest, which is kind of cool. Let me do the lighting change here because I think I do want to do that cube map thing. Cube map, and we'll just go daylight. Sure, why not? Okay, why not? Okay, so here's the procedural terrain. Here's the terrain. It's going. It's getting generated. And so I have like a huge world. Here's like one terrain chunk. And so the whole world is like 128 by 128. It could be infinite. The algorithm is infinite, but I will cap the size of the world. Yeah, here it is. I changed a bunch of the lighting settings, so it's looking a little grainy, but not too bad. Not too bad. And then here's the world map. Oh god, it's like entirely land. The black bits are supposed to be for ocean. And usually there's a lot more ocean. Every indie dev chasing roguelite now? What do you mean by chasing? I love roguelites, so I'm going to make one. If that's chasing, then I suppose I'm chasing. I'm interested in doing a long-form roguelite, though. So the flow for my game is going to be like, you know, combat and classes and abilities and talents are going to be something similar to vanilla WoW, as I'm sure you may be able to tell with the one piece of UI that I've done so far. And, you know, every few levels, I think I'll let you pick from like maybe 3 randomly chosen abilities for your class, specific to your class. And then you can, these talents will be like static for your class, different talent trees that you can choose to complement the abilities that you've rolled. And then as you go through, you can go and like recruit colonists, which I don't know if there are any around here. Oh yeah, there's some green guys out there. These green guys, these green ones running around out there are colonists. There's one over there too. And so you'll start to, I've got like a little building system. You can start building things. You'll need to build defenses because there's going to be other colonies in the game, like enemy colonies and stuff like that, that'll attack you and raid you. So you'll be going out and exploring these different zones and stuff. While you ramp up your colony. And then when you die, you start over from level 1. But your colony will still be there with whatever you've set it up to have. And so you can kind of use that to ramp back up whenever you start back over, right? Like maybe you have a really good blacksmith who can make, you know, good gear for you after you've died and stuff. And then one of the things I want to do with the Colony Sim system is I want it to be online at all times. I want it to be like running at all times and not just like faking it, right? I want to actually like the whole world running. So I wrote this like ECS system, like efficiently run thousands and thousands of entities, which are like the NPCs all over the world, even when they're like not rendered and stuff like that. So that way, if you're sending your guys out to go chop trees and you leave, or you send them into that cave right there, which actually looks like a pretty fucking cool cave now with the lighting changes. But you know, if there's a wolf in these forests or there's some monsters in that cave and they go in there, they will get attacked by that, even when you're not there. So you'll need to be careful. You'll need to make sure they have like proper gear. You'll need to make sure they're leveled up and stuff like that. So kind of high stakes, you know, high risk. Add segregation to your game if you want some cash for all the Twitter weirdos. I think I may need to add segregation for the game, but for you. You seem like the biggest weirdo here, to be honest with you. Unreal Kafasi, welcome in. Welcome in. Hello. Good morning. How are you? Yeah, there will be different factions and different religions and, you know, very, very high fantasy type things. And I do eventually want to get to Patrick's mod. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Good morning to you. Good morning, sir. But yeah, different factions, different religions. There will be like AI ran colonies that are like, you know, I want them to kind of like grow, potentially like encroach on your territory, and then you'll have to like, maybe you ally with them, maybe you fight them, you know, it'll be up to you to decide that. Don't ban me for that. Be a free speech absolutist. I mean, this is my channel. I can do what I want, right? So it has nothing to do with free speech. That's not how free speech works. 4 p.m. here, but good morning anyway. Ah, good afternoon. I forget other parts of the world exist. That is true. That is true. Big if true. What I'm going to be working on today is my area thingy here. So I will need to be able to allow the player to define areas for the Colony Sim and be like, hey, plant crops in this area or something, you know? Or stay within this area, chop trees within this area, you know, stay out of this area. And so that's what we've been working on for the past few streams now. And I've tried some different methods. Getting the algorithm working was just like chef's kiss, beautiful. But now I need like the actual like visual representation of it. So it's kind of like there's no, like the world is not made from voxels, but I do run a voxel algorithm. I think I'm going to call it walking voxels. Walking voxels is what I'm going to call it, I think. So there will be unpaid labor. Well, I hope to have different government types. Like this may be kind of a stretch goal, but I hope for you to be able to define like a government type or a governing style. Similar to has anyone played the game? This is going to be a deep cut, but has anyone played the game Civilization Revolution? It was the one that was on Xbox. It was the one that was on consoles. Like I love me some Civilization games. You got me hooked on Bits and Hits. Yeah, it's a nice little track, isn't it? Yeah, Bits and Hits on YouTube for the playlist. Name of the game name of the game is My Project right now. So no name yet. I can't hear. You may be in the wrong media then if you can't hear. I don't know if you're saying that like you need a doctor or you just can't hear me talking. You have 2 live streams going on in YouTube. I guess they have the same output. Nope, they're 2 different outputs. One is vertical for YouTube Shorts, and one is horizontal. And then there's a stream on Twitch as well. That is very, very intentional. Could anyone write down the name of the game? Oh my god, bro. It doesn't have a name yet, lol. I don't. He's watching live streams that he can't hear. No, you're good. You're good. I get that it is weird. It is weird. It is different. But yeah, in the game Civilization Revolution, you could have you could select different government styles, and they gave you different bonuses, and like they kind of worked differently. And like, so you could have like capitalism or communism, or like the most common one was despotism, which is where just like, that's probably what you're usually used to in most games, and that's just like, you get to, you know, that's like, you get to do whatever you want, right? And so yeah, that would be unpaid labor. We'll follow you to know better about it. Well, thank you. I appreciate the follow. Thank you for that. And welcome in. If you can hear me, I don't know. Voxnell, you're going hard. You're getting real invested. Okay, what did I press? What button did I just press to freeze the game like that? Yeah, so one of the Colony Sim games I'm very much inspired by is RimWorld. There's reproduction in RimWorld. So I'm sure we'll get there eventually. It's not like a... Excuse me. It's not like a super important bit, so probably won't be there for a while. But I do hope for you to be able to specify different government types, like monarchy, despotism, socialism, communism, capitalism, you know, and those will have different bonuses and stuff like that. Like capitalism would be like what? Capitalism would be like 20% production, plus 20% production, minus 20% happiness, you know? Or plus 20% gold, minus 20% happiness. Something like that. And then I guess socialism would just be the opposite. And then what would communism be? Communism would be like, I don't even know what communism, it would be like both. It would be like minus 20% production and minus 20% happiness. I'm also thinking about mass PvE. What tools are you using for optimization? Anti-skeletal meshes, Simpligon. I don't know what Simpligon is. Material animations. Yeah, it is vertex. All my guys are vertex animated. Off into the distance. So those are all vertex animated static meshes. Minus 20% colonist lifespan, yeah. The children yearn for the mines. Welcome in, Odd. How you doing, buddy? How was your stream last night? Oh, politics early in the morning, or do we mean for the social economics? Mostly just like how the colony functions, because I think it would be cool. Like I think the colony will start out with like the player can just do everything, but then once it gets big enough, maybe the colonists want like a certain governing style, right? And then maybe it's just democracy where like to do anything you have to vote on it, and you have to like rally support from your colonists to like get certain things done. Oh, good, nice chats. Good to be back. Yeah, you did a lot of yapping yesterday, but it was fun. It was a good time. But I think it would be cool to like, you go from like, you know, planning everything yourself, building everything yourself, and then maybe you can select a governing type where the colonists build what they want to, you know, like they can purchase land from you as like the mayor or owner, leader, or whatever of the colony. They'll purchase the land, and then you'll get taxes from them. I think that would be like a kind of like an interesting late game kind of thing, but that's super far down the road. Super far down the road. We just need our Snoxels to be snoxeling. And I was actually thinking about this, and like I still need collision on here, because I need to be able to look at this and have my little interaction text pop up, and I need that. For that I need a line trace on these boxes. And I was thinking about it, I was like, wait, why am I doing dynamic mesh? Why am I doing Niagara? It was an interesting test. But why don't I just make an instant static mesh of these boxes, right? Because it's all just a bunch of fucking boxes. Now I think the problem is I don't think I can add to an instant static mesh on a background thread. So there may be just too many boxes to add at once in one thread. Gonna have to do a no mic stream to make up for it. the old boom stream. So yeah, I need some collision on this. And that makes me think I just want to go back to what I was doing before. Tell us about your experience. No, thank you. Not right now. What is that emote? I love that. Oh, it's Qmizu Dumpy. Hell yeah. I need a Moxie Dumpy. Where's Moxie at? Moxie? She's not around. Is this your game? Yep, it's my game. It is my game. So I'm gonna test out. Excuse me, by the way. I'm gonna test out doing a. I guess I can just take the voxels from this one. Hang on. When do we get a warehouse to keep that shit in? I mean, that's kind of what this is for, is to be able to build warehouses and designate sections within the warehouse, you know? This is so cool, man. I hope it goo. I hope it's goo too. Me too. Goes well. Okay, thanks. I hope it is goo as well. As well as goes well. Does that make sense? So where am I? Here I am. Here I am. So this is where we do the area overlap query, which is actually just what builds out the snoxels. And then we get those finished in, where is it? Let me get reacquainted with my own fucking code here. Here we go. So we finish here, and I think rather than doing the Niagara, which maybe we actually just turn that off now. Is there a way to, yeah, auto-activate maybe? Just turn that off? Okay, so we're gonna do that, and I guess we'll still, yeah, we'll still just log the overlaps. Let's do another one here, and let's create a instanced static mesh component. And let me get instanced static mesh here. Add instances. We'll also need to clear it from all the old ones too, so let's clear instances, add instances, one after another. And then instance transforms. Oh, that's annoying. That is annoying. Okay, so we'll have to... This is going to be so slow now. Okay, should I change that to transform? Just to get it. Yeah, I should probably... Let's change that to transform real quick. Just so that we can get like a good picture. Valid voxels. So yeah, what we're gonna need to do here, T-array F transform. These are gonna be like just voxel transforms. Yeah, sure. And then we'll need to for each through valid voxels. F vector that shit. Voxel transform, and let's actually reserve here, make this a little faster. Voxel transforms dot reserve valid voxels num. I mean, yeah, sure, we can use this set too, but why would I? Valid voxels or no, voxel transforms add. Yeah, go back to that. Yes, perfect. Voxel size, yes, cool. Cool. Voxel transforms. Okay, so now that is what gets captured and passed through. And we have our snoxels now. Okay, let's rebuild. If you get popular, don't pull a pirate software on us. Hey, I will never roach on anyone in a hardcore dungeon. I have done many a hardcore dungeon myself. And honestly, it's so crazy. My bad would have fixed the situation so many times. So many times now. And I actually, like, because of him, I actually looked into the stop killing game stuff. Like, so he has had that effect on me. Love what you do. Thank you. Oh, it's the Mr. Beast. Holy shit. Wow, the Mr. Beast is in here. That's crazy. You do realize you have two YouTube streams up. Yes, you do realize that they are two different streams, right? One is vertical, one is horizontal. My nose is in shambles this morning. Okay. What you do, man? I do video game. Handle area complete. So you need to be a transform now. And so, yeah, we're just gonna, okay, it didn't save. Wow. It didn't save. We'll need to redo that. Instance static mesh. Instance static mesh, clear instances, and then we're gonna do the same thing, but add instances. Instance I believe is the proper plural of that. Add instances. Okay, we can just make array there. So that shuts up and is happy. Just, you know, fucking noodle that on through. Update navigation, no. World space, yes. Should return indices, no. Okay, let's run it. Yeah, so I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo with procedural destructible terrain, AI-generated quests, a world that is always running, no matter where you are within it. That is the challenge that I'm hoping to challenge myself with. When I was a kid, I wanted to be on a public access TV show. Guess I'm living the dream. Yeah, no one wants to be on that anymore. It's all about YouTube streams. So yeah, here's the world. There's some colonists running around. I'm working on this system right now, though. Yeah, I guess I'm adding... What am I adding? I'm not adding anything, because there is nothing on here. And I actually need to, this isn't going to work, because they're going to be way too big. I didn't think about this very hard at all, did I? Is there any cube that's just 1 by 1? No, 100 by 100, 100 by 100. 3 by 3, that's about the closest I may be able to get. Oh, here we go. S cube 1 cm. That's perfect. Okay, it did not like that I did that. Can we recover? Can we recover? I don't think we can. Okay, we're gonna have to rebuild. Shit. I'm gonna have to redo all that again. I forgot that I didn't put a static mesh on the instant static mesh. So yeah, that wouldn't do anything. That wouldn't do anything. Seems pretty cool so far. Are you thinking of adding it to Steam? Greenlight. I don't know what that is. Is that a thing for like indie games? It sounds like indie game-ish. I'm just gonna say I have no plans. I don't know how much it's gonna cost. I don't know the name of the game. I don't know, you know, I don't know nothing. That's what I'm trying to say. I need to take a odd Oculus walkabout before I can figure that out. I made a game in default software. Congratulations. What would you call the game? I don't know. It's called My Project right now. 1 cm. Where's that 1 cm cube at? Cube 1 cm. Perfect. Little tiny guy. All right, run it back. I do hope for there to be different races in the game. Very, very fantasy races, you know, like human, orc, elf, dwarf, that kind of thing. Okay. I see no voxels. Oh, they're there. They're there. Just took a while. I need to turn collision off on those bad boys, though. Let's actually do custom. Ignore everything except for visibility, in which we overlap. World static is fine. Yeah, query only. I think that's good. Okay. The game does seem a little dark now with the lighting changes. Did I just run through the terrain? That was kind of crazy. It's kind of fucking crazy. Is in game thread. Am I not in game thread at that point? I thought I literally do an async task. Handle area query complete. Yeah, I'm not in game thread. Ensure enable async init body or is in game thread. Yeah, I am on a back. Wait, how does that even work? Execute if bound. I'm on. I call back to the game thread here. Call function. Like all the ideas you got for the game so far, definitely subscribing to see how your game progress. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's Jesus. Holy shit. Jesus is here too. Mr. Beast and Jesus. Honestly, I'm more excited about Mr. Beast. Sorry, Jesus. But thank you for the sub. Why is that not being called on the game thread? Yeah, I can confirm that I am not on the game thread, but why? I am literally doing that. Oh, is it this one, I wonder? Oh, we might be calling that one. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. Okay, come here. Come here, you. How many other games have you made? 0. Next question. So this is my first foray into game development. Timestamp. Cool. Voxnell, you need to chill the fuck out. You're getting weird. Don't be weird. I know that being weird might be fun for you. You're very into controversial topics, it seems. Man crawled out from Iraq 2,000 some odd years later just to like and subscribe. Yeah. Hey, little did you know the Mydrong stream is what, you know, the Jesus' second coming. That's what spurred Jesus' second coming. And we've all been waiting for his coming, you know. I want to learn how to code. Go for it. It's fun. It can be very satisfying and challenging. So if you like solving problems and building things, you should do it. There's so many resources out there. I'm entirely self-taught. I dropped out of college. So, and I've never paid a lick for programming knowledge. It's all out there for free on Google. Just start Googling. Beginner in your game's already looking dope. Well, I've been working on it for about 2.5 years, so I've learned a lot. Year 1 was just me learning Unreal Engine, basically. I've been programming since I was like 16. So I've been writing code for like 14 years now. Professionally for 10. So I am a software engineer. I just haven't done game development ever before, you know, circa 2023. Okay, can this work now? That would be great. That would be great. Okay, why? I should not have any custom data here. Why is this, wait, I do. Oh, this is something different. Oh God. Okay, hang on. Let me look. Did I get instant static mesh? World grid material. Let's do the area material. Square area. Oh, I'm still doing the... am I still doing the... no, I'm not. Are those the snoxels? Or my snoxels snoxeling? Did I make the blue area actually green? Why is that green? It's supposed to be blue. Where is my instant static mesh? Where is my area? There it is. Instant static mesh, where are you? There you are. Oh. Oh, I said it. Oh, because it's a static mesh. I see. Okay, so it is working. I forgot I automatically set the material on any static meshes. I didn't realize the instant static mesh would do that. However, do you have blocking collision on you? You should not. You do. Oh yeah, and I'm probably automatically setting the it didn't save. I love Unreal's bugs. Yeah, it's just fucking blueprint things, you know. Which is why I prefer writing code. It's just so much more it's less squishy, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? It's like discrete, you know. It's discrete. Which is also why I don't like vibe coding very much. Although, I have to do it. I have to do it. So yeah, let's get, this is going to be kind of weird because I'm going to need to change some things to stop that from automatically happening. I didn't realize that when you asked for a static mesh component, it would return an instanced static mesh component. I did not realize that. Which, where is it? Holy shit. I don't even think I'm in the right class. Instanced static mesh component. It is a static mesh component. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Okay, but let's get some... Performance is a little awkward here. Let's get a few traces though here. Maybe I can get my character off of this. Yeah, my frame rate is, how would you say, dropping dramatically. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That was pretty bad, huh? That was pretty bad. Make your own engine. Make your own live stream. Yeah, yep, that'll do it. Yeah, I guess the overlaps and stuff probably don't help there. Probably not helping. Okay, so I wonder if I were to set it to where I to set it. Let's find my collision code that changes that real quick. Just to get, we need an actual test here. Building object actor. I think I do it in here, like update collision. Yeah. Okay. Is a static mesh component. I guess I'll have to check specifically. And component is not, is a view instanced static mesh component. Static mesh component. Or what am I doing? Static class, I'm dumb. Do I need to import that? Okay, there we go. Okay, let's take the collision off. Because it was updating overlaps whenever it, whenever the, Transformy boys got changed. Okay. And then we will change that. Let's just go no collision for now. No collision. I can imagine where the bottlenecks are just from what you were doing. Yeah, we're trying to figure out what the best approach is. I've created a dynamic mesh component. I have done Niagara particles. Now I'm trying an instant static mesh component. I'm trying them all. Did you finally finish building? No, you didn't. If live coding could do something, that would be great. Pokes with stick, do something. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Let me do a trace here. Okay. It's like glitching out too. It's running better. It is running better, although I can see my frame rate dropping the bigger this gets. The snoxels are snoxeling though. They do indeed be snoxeling. My god, the memory. Should I upgrade to 128 gigs of memory? I think I should. Bunch of entity shenanigans here. Yeah, it is better. If only I could add instances to the static mesh component, like on the background thread, that would be sick. That would be pretty sick. Move component. It takes a millisecond just to move the component. I hope your game does good because I wanted to make my own game, but I don't know how to. Start Googling. Start Googling. You can't give up just because you don't know how to do something. That just means you gotta go figure it out. I didn't even do anything on that thread. This is just PCG. This is just PCG. Oh, you fixed the profiler. You had to reclone and rebuild everything. So did you clear out your caches and stuff first? And that didn't work? Can I see some more instant static mesh stuff here? Oh, I guess these ones are actually fine. These ones are kind of, I mean, that's actually not too bad. 2 milliseconds? I mean, not ideal. Let me look for update area size is what I would want to see here. Yeah, no luck. I think it was repo corruption. Yeah, it's so crazy, man. I had something similar, like not similar, but like something happened with Writer and like opening the, because you could open the U project or you can open the solution in Writer. And like one gives you, opening the solution gives you a bit more functionality in Writer. And that running the game in debug mode broke when I opened it from the solution. And I, nuked my cache, I nuked the Writer cache, I reinstalled Writer, I reinstalled the engine. I don't know, nothing seemed to work. I meant to make a forum post about that. Are there ads running on my fucking channel right now? Wow. Shameless. Fucking shameless. But yeah, it was frustrating. Because now I couldn't debug run. I could regular run, and it worked fine. Okay, but let's look at some of these. Okay, that one tiny. Or is it actually doing anything here? Yeah, I mean, I guess we are updating. Well, no, that happens every frame. Yeah, I need to, because this is happening like every frame. Give me a big one. Three. Oh. You open the SLN. Yeah, mine fucking broke for some reason. Like I can't debug run it without it whenever it starts loading, it just like breaks on some random line in the source code that like makes zero sense. Just stopped working one day. Pretend that I don't have any idea what's going on. What are you doing right now? This is a performance profiler for Unreal Engine, which is a game engine. So I'm making a game. I'm trying to figure out what solution I should go with here for something that I'm working on, and I'm looking at how much time everything takes. And so each one of these are, you can kind of think of it as like a thing that happens in the game. So I'm looking for a specific one to see how long it takes. Yeah, and honestly, 2 milliseconds is not bad, but like, you know, it's going to get worse the bigger it gets. So I could make a little system to... only add a certain number to the instance static mesh at a time. Honestly, do I need to clear and add, or can I just, is there a set instances or like set transforms or something? I thought there was like let me just get like let me see here. ISM. Oh, it's like update transforms, right? Update instance transform by ID. Batch update instances transform. I wonder if I could do that, and then I would just add start index 0 to something. Do I need to have those added, or will it auto add them for me? That's the question. Looks like it's not going to add them for me, and will actually return false. Okay, so I need to have them all like added. Okay, so I would need to clear and re-add. I'm gonna try that find window right now. Yeah, Control F. Very, very nice. Another nice one, you can like click on this and like, I think, what is it, Control D? Gives you like some information here. Well, no, not Control E, Control S. I don't know, there was some way to like... Never mind. Never mind. Ignore me. I was gonna say, there's a way to like find the min and max, but I forgot already. There was a way to like show some extra stats on it, but never mind. Okay, so options. I don't think Niagara actually makes sense. That's what I was using at the beginning of the stream for this. This one is nice. This one is nice. However, yeah, I would need to build a little system for only adding a certain number of instances per frame to make sure that it doesn't get out of hand. That would mean that it's you know, not you know, it's not always up to date. When you're going over the previous ones that you added, is it recalculating this again or just once? I assume you're talking about the algorithm that is figuring out these voxels. It starts from scratch each time. It's running on a background thread. It's just, and yeah, it's just the display, because the actual calculation of this happens on a background thread. So not worried about the performance there. That's already you know, But there is some optimization in what you're saying that I've thought about as well, to just like only update the difference in bounds each frame. But that would just be... I mean, I suppose that would help. That's just a more complicated algorithm, right? Because then I have to figure out whether to cull boxes or add boxes as the player updates it, you know? And then it would need to be asynchronous, and so I would need to make sure that that's atomic, right? And that when I go to actually perform the update, I would, you know, there's a whole lot of considerations there. That is, I think, some world I eventually want to be in, because that is more performant, but I am just trying to nail down the display part of it, not necessarily just the algorithm part. But what if you want to port the game to a 2-core 15-year-old Android phone? Yeah, that would present some interesting challenges. What about making a smaller shape somehow instead of a small one? I will tell you why we did this. I will tell you why we did this. Okay, we're gonna do some MS Paint here. This brown is terrain, okay? Brown is terrain. This is all solid terrain. There is a cave right here. This is a cave, okay? This is your brain on... No. This is a cave. This is solid ground. What was the yellow health bar? That was just from, like, my player. Okay, so player is here. This is me. Player starts looking here. Player walks up here. If I just did a box, here's what the box would look like, and then the player's looking like right here. Player is looking like right there. Here's what this box would look like. So one, we would get this. We would get this underground cave, and then we would also get this. So here's the surfaces that would be affected by this box. That is not what we want, right? Even if I do some massaging of the box and make it go like this, which I do, where I find like the min and whatever. Even if I do that, we're still getting up here, here, and in here. So that's the problem, because I have concavity, I have caves, and that's the issue. This poor guy just spawned in a fucking... okay, no, he can... Never mind. It's in a completely enclosed cave. Poor guy. Poor guy spawned in a completely enclosed cave. I believe you can then use the GPU to overlay the box's visible elements to where visible triangles are. Not sure exactly, but the theory is there. So if I use just a box or a sphere or whatever, I get this underground cave that I don't want, because that could be a dangerous cave that the player does not know about, does not intend to select, and they could accidentally send a colonist there, right? So that is the biggest case that I don't want. So I made this walking voxels algorithm to where, like, I just, you know, I split this up into voxels. These are going to be kind of big voxels. So here's the voxels, right? And then I just check for the voxels that intersect terrain, starting from the beginning. So that would be all these ones, right? And then, yeah, if there's only a single voxel there, it would get a little bit of that. But then, like, it has to come from the start. That way, we wouldn't get that because it can't reach there. Although, if the box started like this, then we would get there. And then the next problem is, you know, how do I show this to the user, right? Like, I was using a decal, but the decal has the same problem where the decal would show here. Because the decal is based on, you know, some geometry box bounds and stuff. So that's why I'm trying to come up with a solution. And my first thought was to build a dynamic mesh. And I think that may be still what I go with, because like I do just build boxes with the dynamic mesh. It's kind of like the naive approach, right? Rather than actually coming up with the triangles and vertices that I would need to just build it. You know, I essentially need to nav mesh it, right? So I need to do like whatever whatever the nav mesh is doing. That's what I think I would want to draw for the player. Which honestly, give me this material. What material is the nav mesh using? Because I want that outline. It's a nice little outline you got there. But yeah, I would want to do something like that to where it like kind of follows the terrain instead of just being a bunch of individual boxes. But the individual boxes are the overlap check that I do. Oh, look at this guy. He's just like, he's eating some mushrooms there. Yes, it does seem right. So I'm just trying, like, my 3 different options are basically Niagara particles, which I did yesterday. Which is like a complete throwaway now, I think. Because I didn't think about, like, I need the overlap, because, like, I place it, right? And then I need to look at it to, like, let me turn on the collision now, actually. Oh god, it's so laggy. No collision, custom. It does not like being updated. Oh, it's set to block. Okay, so change it to ignore everything. Yeah, it does not want to be. We just need visibility overlap, really. Come on, please change. Okay, it doesn't want to change. But ideally, I want to look at it, and I do have interaction set up. I need an interaction trace to hit it and return information about it so the player can, like, edit it and stuff, you know? So, having Niagara, you know, you can do collision on Niagara, but it has a whole bunch of, like, downsides and side effects, and it's not ideal. And if I'm going to need collision on it anyways, then I kind of need a mesh, right? I kind of need that mesh. But the overlap checks are just based on the boxes. So this is like, I was thinking, like, should I try to show something like nicer to the player, like something more so like a nav mesh? Because that's probably what the player is picturing in their head when they're placing an area. Or should I just show them what the algorithm is actually selecting for, which is this. This is a representation of exactly what the algorithm is doing, which is it's doing a bunch of individual box overlap checks. So, and that's actually faster than just building the dynamic mesh and doing overlaps, because we tested that first. That's what I thought was going to be the most performant. But in play mode, I hit F8 camera around. When I select anything that's not a basic object, there's a minute-long lag spike from the engine. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that would be. It kind of depends on what you're clicking on. Like, if you're clicking on an instant static mesh that has a ton of instances, there will be lag spikes on it. Multiplayer or single player? If it's single player and you aren't replicating, then the GPU particle cost could just be the cost of doing business. But Adder, even if it was single player, like I said, I still need the overlaps. I still need, I need to trace against it and get a hit from it. You know, there's probably some hacky way to do that in Niagara, but it also had the downside of flickering. And yeah, I guess I just, after thinking about it last night, I was like, why am I doing that? Like, it just seems like, and to properly make it efficient, I would need to rewrite the same algorithm into a Niagara module. And I would need that algorithm living in 2 places, which just feels bad. But it will be multiplayer, I'm hoping, so. Yeah, Cody, I would just start with a different level and just start, I don't know if you're in just like a test level or what, but like, you know, one by one, just start adding things back to the level until it gets spiky again. K Mons, I'm looking for help. Do you know how to fix the blender cloth clipping problem where the cloth is going inside my body? I have never used Blender before, so I can't help you there. Sorry. Player facing custom stretch mesh does sound like a better route. Okay, so Adder, what's your opinion then? Do you think I should show the player this because this is what the algorithm is doing, or should I show the player something like what the nav mesh is doing? I guess, I mean, this is a question for everyone. If you're a player, what would you want to see if you build an area? Do you want to see something like that? You know, but like, you know, actually fitted to the landscape a little bit better, non-lossy? Or do you want to see these voxels and how they wrap around the landscape? And mesh look for the simpletons, yeah. I mean, I think there is something to be said for show the player exactly what the algorithm, like what am I selecting for, right? Because what I'm worried about is I'm going to do all this work to get it looking flat and stuff, and then there's going to be something like this that happens, right? There's gonna be something like that happens, and the player's like, why is this not? Why is this being selected? Why is this not being selected? Whereas this is like, this is perfect. This does perfectly what the algorithm does. So there's no subjectivity there. You know, if there's not anything inside these boxes, it's not gonna show up. You know, you're not selecting for it. So I think there's something to be said for that. But I agree that it is a little different than I think what most people are used to. Option 2. Wait, which I forgot which order I said it in. What was option 2? How would you apply cloth to your characters to ask it in a different way? I have no idea. I haven't done any of that. I really like the cube representation. Looks dope. I find it very satisfying too. But that's because it's my baby and I wrote the algorithm. Voxel looks sexy. Is it possible to make 2 modes? It is, but why would I do that? That's just extra work for me, and I am one man. I am but one man. Flat aspect literally only matters if buildable area is limited IMO. Otherwise, the algorithm viewpoint is more practical. I don't like the lines in the grid personally, though. Yeah, there's a lot of noise here, right? If I could somehow, like, occlusion call the, you know, the back faces, that would be nice. Is there a way to do that? Let me ask that. This is an instant static mesh now, Adder. I think maybe you came in right after I did that. I just changed it from Niagara. This is an instant static mesh now. Oh, I meant like, not as in like you're awake early, but like, did I say you came in early? Came in late? I mean as in like you came in after I changed it over. What, because I'm a rendering noob. Right now, this is just like a pure translucent material on this. How would I do it to where, like, what technique is it called to like occlude the cube back faces? Because that would be really nice, right? Because there's no like specific border on this one. Let me actually, can I click on this? No, I can't. Okay. This was just a plain flat. Where the fuck is it? There it is. There it is. Oh, it's a fucking one of these boys. It's literally just that. So, can you make the grid less dense? I can make it more transparent. Is that what you're talking about? Which apparently is not a parameter. That should be a parameter. Will you be able to dig in the game? Yep. I have that proof of concept at the moment. It's not working well, but I am capable of doing that. I do have this one that has like a border on it, like a wireframe almost, but that would actually increase the amount of noise. Because like here you don't see the back face, right? Well, I guess you don't see the back face. So I guess I don't mean back faces. I just mean occluding the next cube is what it's showing, because it doesn't show its own back faces. What it shows is the next cube's front faces. Using orientation from the face to not render the opposing sides or something along those lines. Yeah, it sounds complicated. So yeah, I would love to be able to do that, and that way it would make it look more solid. That would be nice. Is there explosions in the game as well? I know where you're going with that. There will be some abilities and some things that can deform the terrain. Yeah, they're not right now, but yes. I know what you're thinking, and yes. Yes. You will have fights. There will be certain classes that can deform the terrain. And I have some really cool ideas that I'm excited to get to, but it's kind of far down the road for now. Let me maybe do a quick Unreal Engine translucent material culling. Depth culling for translucent materials. Does that sound like what I want?
How do you see cull, also known
Literally can't hear you.
for your translucent materials, which is going to be a necessary step when you're trying to do any type of special effect for your characters that involves transparency. So let's go ahead and take a closer look at it.
I'll turn this guy all the way up.
Okay, so on this side we have a character who's been properly depth culled, and on this side we just set the character to
I guess the issue is it's different instances.
And so now we can see like all of the internal geometry. Okay, so the first thing that we'll start by coming down
in-depth. Oh, hang on, I'm already lost. It's an Unreal Engine 4.
Effect up.
Going back to the Stone Ages.
Calling itself. And in the last video, we saw what all of these were and how they work. So in this video, we'll just focus on the material.
Another option is removing the depth of the cubes that aren't on the edge of the grid. I mean, that would still have the same issue for the ones that are on the edge, though.
Itself. So let's go ahead and copy it over to our work folder, because we don't want our folder. Let's go ahead and what all of this was and how it works. So in this video, we'll just focus on the depth culling itself. So what we need to do is set this up as sort of like a base material that'll be used for any custom effect that involves transparency. So to do that, we'll start by coming down here and we'll unselect use material attributes, and then we'll break this out, and then we'll go ahead and we'll hook everything up. We remember recipe map to a lighting mode. We're going to change this to surface translucency volume, and now we have our options.
Is that the same?
We're going to change this to surface translucency.
It's got to be the same as
just translucent. This is the shadowing for the translucent volume. Now, because this is a base material, we're just going to turn this is just the base. This shadows. We go to add the translucency volume for the character and one material. There.
Give me the juice. I just want the juice.
There. And so that is we're going to create a material function and then call look at these. So now let's go ahead and make our own from scratch. Browser and open each part. Plug this into the bottom, top, and then we'll come out of here and we'll plug this into the bottom and this into the top. We'll get a single constant and we'll put in the value of 8192 and we'll plug this into the top.
My dude's just doing magic numbers.
We'll do a
no explanation.
And then let's come down here and we'll search for pixel depth. And again, we'll do another divide. And we'll plug this into the bottom, and we'll plug this into the top. Then we'll come over here and we'll do an add node.
Bro, I love this guy's just saying, he's just talking about what he's placing there. He's not saying why.
0.0001. And then we'll plug this into the subtract. And then out of here, we'll do a seal node.
Seal.
And then we'll do a clamp.
I don't know why I found that funny.
And we'll leave it at 0 to 1.
Okay, I mean, I might as well just look at the final product if he's not going to say
okay,
why.
let's go ahead and start with the scene texture node here. So the first thing we did was change it from
okay,
color
now
to
he's
custom
saying
depth.
why.
And then let's go ahead and read the tooltip. It says that this will compute the depth difference of the current pixel to all the pixels around it. So it's going to run that comparison on every pixel on the character. And so it's going to start by taking out the R value. And again, since we changed this to depth, the RGB changes to XYZ, and we want the X-axis. And the value that's coming out of there, it's going to be a really complicated value, and it's going to look something like this. And that value, it's a little too complicated, and it's going to kind of mess up. We're going to take a large sample of screen space, and we're going to divide it by this value. And so it's kind of like saying 50 over 100 will still return the same value of 0.5. But again, we're not it down. And if we're thinking of in 20, and now that we have a simplified X value, we want to subtract from that the value of the next pixel over, which is what this is judging. So that new pixel, simplify it down using the same process. But now before we subtract it, we want to add to it 0.0001. And the reason why we're doing that is, let's go over to the character again. Now, if we go straight up to the pixel depth and we start deleting, we might accidentally delete the character itself. So what we want to do is go that 0.0001 further, and we'll start to see the internal geometry. And that's where we want to start deleting the pixels from. So let's go back to the material function. Okay, before we move on, let's just remove this right here. And let's just make sure that's a pixel B. And again, we added a small bias here.
I guess the part I'm confused on is this only going to work within things using the same material? And I mean, because like, he still showed the shit behind his character, right? That was rendered behind his character. But it's just not showing the other things on his character. But that... And it's all one skeletal mesh, I presume. So would that still work on an instant static mesh? I don't know. I don't know.
Where if it's halfway, it rounds down, and if it's more than halfway, it rounds up. Well, the seal node forces it to always round up. And after it rounds up, we're going to clamp between 0 and 1. So again, any negative number is going to round up and clamp at 0, and any positive number is going to round up and if it...
Is there a more recent tutorial? Like, I'll save that one.
Hey guys.
Is there a more recent tutorial I can do here? Transparent back culling, 2020. This was in 2023. Okay, the one I was looking at was posted a year ago. My dude's still on UE4. Is it depth culling? Is that what I should be looking for? Same guy.
Hey guys, in this video we're going to see how to properly depth cull a material that uses refraction. So we can see this one here on the right hand side, and we'll opacity in its new function up.
Okay, can I get a UE5 one, please? I don't know, I feel like that method would work. The nodes are probably a little bit different, maybe, but ghost material with depth.
Love was nearly lost.
God, that was ads. Okay, nice, sick video, dude. Sick video. Thanks for the thanks for the explanation. I'll look into that later. But yeah, potentially we can do something there. Potentially, it is potentially possible, which is, you know, no more than I knew before this. Okay, but let's just, let's go back to the dynamic mesh, honestly. I think our options now are either we write a little system to only add a certain number of instances to the instance static mesh component per frame, or we just go with the dynamic mesh component that can be computed in the background thread, which is honestly kind of where I'm leaning, because that would also allow me to easily update it to something like that. And there is an algorithm I could write to actually figure out the triangles of these boxes rather than just appending the boxes individually. So I think we should just stick with the dynamic mesh component, which means you know, there's just a whole day of wasted effort. But that's okay. I learned how to use Niagara a little bit more. Small wins. Small wins. So yeah, I think we want to do that. And let me remind myself what the payload is of that. It's just the dynamic mesh. I think we would also want the snoxels. Would we? Wait, why would I want that? I mean, I think this is good. Just go back to what we were doing before. Yeah, because we can still get the trace overlap, but it was the get overlapping actors that was failing. So yeah, let's just go back to that. Okay. No, that should still be there. So we're gonna get rid of those. The snoxels are made of snoxels. Update area size. Go here. Now we are going to build area mesh instead. Just give me all that. Yeah, we're not, that's the actual query. Don't need that. Create a matching function, call this on mesh, on area, no, just on mesh built, on mesh built. Perfect. And then we're gonna do the same thing there. Connect the noodles. Where was I? Dude, why can the fucking tabs never stay in the order that I left them in? I am so annoyed. And like they close and open seemingly when they want to. Seemingly just when they want to. I guess I can just do get bounding box. Nope. Wrong one. Okay. The wonder of Unreal, yes. We've done, you know, we've worked so hard to create Nanite and Lumen, but we can't fucking create a working, useful GUI. Okay, so I wanted to check that. So yeah, we reset the dynamic mesh component each time on mesh built. We get the dynamic mesh. So we can just probably set dynamic mesh here. New mesh. Is that all I need to do? I forget. Ow. Ow. Okay, let's, does that just work now? We'll see. So there's the dynamic mesh version. So yeah, it's a little, it's not as like instant, right? And honestly, I wonder if I, wait, where's the collision? No. It doesn't have the right material on it, but dynamic mesh component. Wait. Oh, it's set to no collision. Query only. Okay, so we're gonna change that Do query only. Ignore everything except for visibility, which is what we trace against. I guess I need generate overlap events on, right? Async cooking. I think we need complex collision enabled as well. So change those. We can close the Niagara thing. We're not going to use that anymore. Let me actually just throw the material on here. Override materials. I guess it's an override material. I forget what an overlay material is. Okay, I literally can't do anything there. Sweet, thanks. Sick. Thank you. Never mind, we're not going to do the material. Okay, the other thing we're going to do is close that. I am going to skip that for now. Just see how that feels. Tell me how it feels. A little jittery, but we don't get that the frame of like invisibility, right? Yeah, I don't know. That's a little trippy. I think I'll go with the invisibility, honestly. Why is it so jittery, though? Okay, let's get a big one. Okay, now it's not even the right size. Oh yeah, it's way off. What is happening? I think I do need to reset it, because that's getting really... Yeah, so let's reset the mesh every time. We're probably getting some old... You really gonna do me like that, huh? You really gonna be like that? Yeah, we are. We are gonna be like that. Okay. Rebuild. Okay, we're building. We're building. Oh. Okay, so before I start, I'm gonna update the material. And we're not gonna do the wireframe overlay mode or whatever. Oh, I have corporate training I have to do. Oh, that sounds awful. I don't want to do that. Just open up Excel and start doing my accounting, lil bro. What was going through your head that made you want to type that into chat? What the fuck? What made you think that was like, you know what? This is what I need to say in this stream. This is going to be a fucking banger comment. Everyone's going to stand up and clap. It's not going to make any fucking sense, and the people are going to love it. Everyone's going to applaud me. All the men want to be me. All the ladies want me. Okay, so where's the material thing? Material. Wait, why isn't that showing up? Well, first of all, I guess let's turn this off. Wireframe overlay false. Where are my materials, please? Materials. Here we go. Advanced? Is it? I can't add it. How do you add a fucking material? On a dynamic mesh. Am I being dumb here? Oh, I think you have to set it. I think you have to set it on the like, okay, I think, never mind. Here, let me try this out. Let me try this. Fucking shoehorn in another one of these boys. Set material. Set component material list. Is that, oh, yeah, just set material, probably. Yeah. Material. Just make a little material variable. And that way the user can specify it. Material. Material interface, which I guess is just, no, it would just be a material, right? God, I hate how they just be changing everything. All the names are different in blueprints than they are in C++. What did I call it? Area blue or some shits? Oh, it should be a material it should be a material interface. Yes, change. I know what I'm doing. What am I doing? Stop. Mom, get out of my room. No? Or no, material instance. Yeah? God, there's so many different... Why can't I just have one parent that works for all of them? It's still not there. What? And it just removed itself. Love that for me. Oh, now it shows. I needed to compile. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay, we're good. Let's get a new seed. Get a new seed. 303. How about 304? Ocean. Bad seed. Bad seed. 304, 305. Flat terrain. Not a very exciting seed. There's a nice looking one over here getting built. Yeah, I am just in the middle of I am in the middle of nowhere though. We are in the abyssal depths. That's where we're at. And the cool zone is Twilight Vale Forest. But I suppose there is a zone entrance not too far. One by one. Yeah, I mean, I just increment it by one, like every time I test, basically. There is apparently an entrance over there. I kind of want to go check that out. Let's go check that out. Can you explain how this works? What, the procedural generation part? Shadows look really nice now, actually. Nicer with the cube map approach. With the cube map. Selecty boy. A little darker, but not too dark. The procedural generation works by generating a height map. The TLDR is you start with a height map, which is just a 2D set of noise, which looks something like this. Let me try that again. It looks like this. This is also what I use for the world map. That's the material. Can I get the actual render target? Thank you. Yeah, so this is what a height map looks like. And then it's just data, right? It's a data from 0 to 1. Each pixel on here is a value from 0 to 1. The black is 0, white is 1. And so you just act like 1 is like the highest point in your world. And so you come up with like a scale, right? And so you take these 0 to 1 values, you multiply it against your scale, and then you can use the XY coordinate of the pixel plus the scale times the value, which would be your Z. That's your height now. That's how a height map works. And so then you just act like that XYZ is a point in space that is on your terrain. And as you iterate through your data, which is just it's a 2D array, right? It could be a 1D array, but let's imagine a 2D array. So you can just think, as you iterate through here, you just start connecting it as triangles. There's like a little, it's pretty easy to do, right? You just take the You calculate all the vertices, which is what I just said, and then you iterate through it again. You can iterate through it again, and then you just like kind of connect all the triangles in a certain order, and that builds your terrain. And then you kind of figure out, you just decide how you want to section that off. Like how big do I want each terrain chunk to be? And then you can do the math for where each of these terrain chunks should be based on how big they are and how many vertices they'll have. And then you can also use that to say, hey, here's what noise you should generate based on this offset. And then your noise function should have an offset in it. Most noise functions do. You can think Perlin noise, simplex noise, any gradient noise can do this. I mean, any noise at all can do this, but a gradient noise is probably better for a height map. But you can like offset this basically. And what that looks like is like this. So you have this material, and how do I, let me go into a different one here. 3D terrain noise. Sure. This is a different set of noise I use for something else. How do I show, what's a good way to show this? What's a good way to show this? I forgot absolute world position camera relative. Wait, how do I move around and shit? Oh, I have to change it from like a UI, right? So you can see as I move around here, the noise kind of changes, but it's like, it's the same, right? So that's the offset part of it. That's the offset part of it. And so that's how they will line up. That's how they'll line up. That's how you get each of your terrain chunks to line up. I do a lot of extra stuff to make it interesting. Where's my zone entrance? There's supposed to be an entrance over here, I was told. Or was I looking the wrong direction? Too much yapping? Well, then get out of here. No, there should be a zone entrance over there. Oh, I wonder if the mountain is fucking it up, actually. But yeah, that's like the TLDR of like procedural generation. And like when each terrain chunk has like its offset, you know where its offset should be, you generate the right noise for it, they all just line up. They all just line up perfectly. I do 3D noise as well, which is quite a bit more complicated. So I'll spare you the details of that. Thank you. Thank you, Unreal Engine. I'm being ignored? What do you mean? What line? Oh yeah, it has to find. Yeah, that's annoying. Please. Look at that nice mountain. That's not supposed to be there. So it's going to be a survival game. It'll have some survival elements in it. Why is that there? That is not supposed to be there. That's only supposed to be on underground points. I like this mountain though. This is a cool looking mountain. So yeah, there was supposed to be a zone entrance over here, but the mountain just kind of like deleted it. Yeah, I'll need to do something about that. The mountain really outcompeted. Oh, that looks like a rib cage. That's kind of cool. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite game. A procedural terrain as we're looking at now. Destructible terrain. I have AI generated quests as well, which should be really fun. Anyways, we're supposed to be testing this thing. Okay, so the material... Wait, am I still using the instant static mesh? What? Hang on. Are you working solo? Yep. Yes, sir. Also, did I mess this, material up? Do I use this anywhere? I suppose I do. Okay. What did I mess up? It should be absolute world position. And then all I did was change it from surface user interface to surface, right? I mean, that shouldn't matter. Okay, yeah, it's fine. We're fine now. Yes. No. No. Go away. Okay. Area. Why is my area still doing this? You should consider at least one map that isn't procedurally generated. That doesn't really fit with what I'm going for at all, actually. Like, this is not a multi... This game doesn't have levels, right? There's only one world in the game. So having multiple... Even the concept of having multiple maps doesn't really make sense. At least within a play session. I suppose you might be saying you should let the player pick from, like, the handcrafted world or a procedural world whenever they start their character. Niagara, you shouldn't be... Oh, you're on auto-activate. But yeah, that's just not the kind of game that I'm going for. Nor would I be able... I'm only one person, so I can't really spend the time. Cannot really spend the time to handcraft a map, unfortunately. Ripro, what's up? Welcome in. Yeah, I will have handcrafted, Piotr. I don't know how to say your name, but I do have some ideas for how I can get, like, handcrafted, like, landmarks or points of interest incorporated into the procedural world. I do have some thoughts on that. Oh my god. Spare me. Please. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I just need to delete the Niagara stuff on here because it's just throwing me off at this point. I know we're not gonna do Niagara. Okay, let's hang on. We're gonna restart. Shut it down. Get rid of Niagara. Delete Niagara, delete instant static mesh. Delete that. Is there any, there's no other Niagara references anywhere? I for sure thought I had some somewhere. You're just gonna be put off to the side. Where, was there not any other? I thought there was. Yeah, there we go. Delete this stuff. Which, honestly, yeah, we don't really need... This is just like debug logging now, which isn't even running at the moment. Okay, so I think that should be good. Yeah, setting material. Do I need to set it every time? I wouldn't think I need to set it, because I'm setting it on the dynamic mesh component, not on the dynamic mesh itself. Let me try again, just real quick. World map 305. Let's go do 306. Which software this and what is this? This is Unreal Engine 5. Wow, that I need to rebuild because that's just how it goes sometimes. I'm working on a video game. It's going to be a RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. I didn't know Rust had procedural worlds. I've not played it. I have not played it. Yeah, that was a bad seed anyways. 306 was a bad seed. 307. Okay. Super, sir. Thank you. And welcome in. We got a nice big mountain here. Let's see, where are we at? We are in the Necropolis of Shadows. And that giant mountain is apparently the land of Minotaurs. Riftwood Glen, Viridian Coast, Sea of Sorrows, Desolation Wilds, Crimson Fen, Ironwood Crossing, the Inner Plains, the Kung Fu Monastery of Peace. Man, the AI generated names are very weird. Okay. Is the dynamic mesh component a static mesh as well? I'm so confused on why this is getting the, It is. Okay. So that has been the dynamic mesh the whole time. All right, performance check. Yeah, that was a little slow. That was a little slow. Yeah, that's not what I would call a good-looking graph. God, why is UI shit taking up almost a millisecond there just to like add a fucking widget? Yeah, the rendering is a lot worse than the instant static mesh version. The dynamic mesh component is also taking up 12 milliseconds right here for some reason. And 24 milliseconds of frame sync time, which I assume is, I have to assume that's trying to draw the dynamic mesh. Why does every option kind of suck for this, man? Every option feels like it kind of sucks. Do I just go with the instant static mesh version and then make a little system for it to be more efficient? That actually seemed like the best option. Let me do this again, but with the task channel turned on. Okay, so when we're not moving it, it's fine. Oh, I guess I need... And see, now we have the overlaps on it, so I can inspect it. Oof, the overlaps. Hang on. Let's trace that. I think it's doing all that on the game thread. Wouldn't it be cheaper to get only the border of the area and let the game take its time to fill it afterwards? That is exactly what's happening. Well, close enough to it. Instant static mesh probably best route. Some form of translucent where it gets really tough is where it gets really tough. Even worse with the geo culling, the shader instructions. You think that makes the rendering worse? Oh yeah, that's all on the game thread. 500 milliseconds? Yikes. Yeah, the check overlaps needs to happen on the background thread, and it will. That is... Wait a second, what? Oh yeah, we need to turn that off. Yeah, we're not doing that anymore. So that actually should get a lot faster. Still at the grind, I see. Did you expect me to be done by now? Am not. Am not done. While the geometry isn't being rendered, it still has to make the determination not render. I guess I'm yeah, this is where my knowledge breaks down, because I thought that there was like, there's like the shader computation, and then there's the actual drawing the pixel to the screen. And so if there are less things to draw to the screen, I thought that there was at least some performance benefit to be had there. And yeah, I did figure that the shader complexity would be like, there would be more shader computations, but at least less render. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how it works. I'm just shooting from the hip. Yeah, well, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Let's find the overlaps. Where is it? Am I blind? There it is. Check over. What did I... Oh, I didn't actually put a trace thing in here. That's what I use, right? Yeah, okay. Let's run it back. Run it back. I wish Insights was easier to parse. Yeah, me too. I wish the memory profiler was easier to parse as well. But this area, this is like a pretty... Like, I can imagine that... the areas will actually be much larger than this. So this is actually pretty moderately sized area. So we're just gonna wait for that to rebuild. Sorry, that was me. Are we done fucking building yet? Come on now. Oh, we are. Okay. Oh, I did an entity query. Why did I do that? And why is it on the game thread? We don't do that here. We don't do that here. Check overlaps. Yeah, that one. What are we working with? Check overlaps 3 milliseconds. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. This is not information that we need. That one's even less. Wait, go back, go forward. There's so much shit on screen, I can't even tell. Is it so, I mean, okay, we're gonna skip that one because I can't tell what we're talking about here. Okay. Yeah, so it's actually pretty performant. Pretty performant. And yeah, I won't need that like super frame perfect or anything. I'll just need to run that whenever the colonists need to go to this area, which can be pretty latent, right? I don't need that perfectly. So yeah, overlaps is working fine. This is working fine. I guess just the rendering of it is problematic. Now I was thinking also like having a spline, like letting the player build a spline, so they can like, you know, walk around and just make a spline. That would be pretty useful as well. That's a bit more complicated than just a box. So stretch goal. Bro, this mountain is massive. Yeah, should I just use the instant static mesh? And if I change the algorithm to only compute the difference, see, the problem with that though is that because it's running latently already, and it will need to continue to do so, I mean, maybe if I only computed the difference, I could get it running fast enough to happen on the game thread. Or at the very least, blocking the game thread. I could parallel for this as well. Only computing the difference is such a pain though. If it's latent, if I need it to happen latently, asynchronously, then computing the difference is like I would need to pass in a snapshot of what it was whenever I started the function. And it would output the difference. And then I would only add the difference to the instant static mesh. Now the problem is when we have race conditions, theoretically I should already be handling that because I return a timestamp, both just from the regular function return, and I pass that same timestamp, which is captured in the asynchronous task, to the delegate, which if that matches up with the latest build timestamp, which gets set each time we run this, then that's the only reason we add, or that's the only reason we handle it. I think there can still be some race conditions with that though. What's the race condition that I'm trying to come up with? Because if we provide the snapshot is at this point, which is on the game thread. Is there a fascism path in your game? The game is super early right now, so there is no fascism in the game. So we would give it the bounding. This would be the snapshot, the bounding box. And then we compute the difference. And I guess because it's on the, I was thinking that maybe there's a case where I get back, let's change the order here. I get back the result while, you know, we kick a new one off. But if it's happening on the game thread, those should happen in order. Well, no, they could happen out of order. They could happen out of order. So I could get one back. We add it. And then this triggers again in the same frame. Well, if that happens, then the bounding box should be, we should have the new snapshot, I guess. And if this happens first, we kick one off first, we set the latest build timestamp, then this would just never trigger because they're not equal. So, I mean, theoretically, there should be no race conditions. Even if it's async, I mean, there's theoretically a way. I may have it already to compute the differences. But I guess I would need to maintain a list of the voxels, right? In the area. Which is memory. And these areas could get pretty big. So, well, after they're placed, though, they're just instant static meshes, so I can get rid of the voxels there, like after it's placed. So it's really just during resizing that I would need that. Do I want to write that right now? I don't think so, because this technically works. This is the simplest version of it. Yeah, the overlap query is what takes the most time. The diff can be pretty big. Yeah, I don't think I can rely on it completing within a single frame. I don't think so. And how would I handle if I'm only computing the difference and getting the difference, do I add the difference every single frame? The new voxels? Do the potential instant static mesh? Okay, we can get rid of the decal, right? I'm not going to use the decals. I think I know that for a fact, so I can get rid of that. Build collision, I don't think I'm going to use that either. So we can get rid of that. Oh my god, emails. I don't want emails. No thank you. No thank you. Yeah, instant static mesh kind of feels like the move. I don't know. And then we only add a few every frame. What if we only added one per frame? That would actually look kind of cool. Because then you would see it like build itself, essentially. Now you're cooking. Yeah, then I would have to manage the difference between like the voxels I need to add and the ones I've already added. You were previously, but I just wanted to say that. I appreciate the support. Yeah, I guess I want to do the instant static mesh. There's just like, I think it's better, but there's just more shit I have to fucking do, which is annoying. And if I'm only going to show the voxel part, then that's... I think I'm going to keep the dynamic mesh around just in case I want to switch over to that later. But yeah, I think we're just going to do the... I think we're going to do this one. Okay. Handle area query completed. Remove one of those. Yeah, so we're going to get rid of the decal and the build collision. We don't need that. What? Self is not a scene component. We do want the ISM here. I guess that's what we put in there now. Set world transform. So I can't do that on self now. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I guess I only need to do that on the dynamic mesh component. What is, I don't even know what the root, is it just default scene? Oh, default scene root. Duh, okay. Okay. I think The Witcher 4 is also built on Unreal Engine. It is. There was a huge Unreal Engine showcase about it, where CDPR unveiled what they were working on and all the cool updates that they were submitting to the engine. Digging into dynamic mesh in the geometry script plugin right now? Hell yeah. What are you doing with it, Odd? What are you doing with it? The apply mesh boolean, I think, is the funnest function. Dynamic mesh, bros. Okay, so what do I do? What am I doing? Let's set the collision on here. And so I think maybe we set no collision at first. Ignore everything except overlap on visibility. World static is fine, but no collision at first. And then I think when we interact... Oh, that's... Yeah, I guess we'll need to change that, I think. Well, no, because we're just doing the... That was not a good test at all, because that didn't actually give me my overlaps. Custom terrain stuff? Nice. Nice. That's the old way of doing things. We're not going to do that anymore. I do need to just check overlaps though, but that function is going to be different. We need to write a different function for that. And that's when we're going to turn on the collision for this. Or rather, we should just turn it on when it's placed, right? I don't know if like trying to do it all, well, we'll just do it all in one frame here. Set collision enabled, query only. So that'll be the first thing we need to do. On mesh built, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. Switch, snip, snap, snip, snap. We're just going back and forth. And so we're going to get handle on, query overlap, complete. Let's, so what we're going to do here, so we have our voxels. Would I need to iterate through these and like fucking get the difference? Maybe let's not do that for now. Go back to the clear instances method here. Clear instances, add instances. I need to move some of this into C. Because I'll need to iterate over these voxels and figure out the difference. Get a new seed, 307, 308. What is this? This is a video game. Sequel? It's not sequel. Oh my god, what are with these bad seeds? You know, I thought the Is This Python was funny, but I think the Is This Sequel is the funnier one. Thank you for that. Okay, so we're gonna spawn in the cave. We're gonna spawn right in that fucking cave. It's Ruby, actually. That's still not as funny as Sequel. Well, we can get out of the cave, so not entirely a bad spawn. Look at this map. This looks like, this almost looks like England. I forgot about Ruby. Most people do. No one fucking uses Ruby. Even though it's supposed to be a really nice language. I don't know, but you just can't beat the juggernaut that is Java. This is Icevale Refuge. Anyways, let's test this. We're still setting the color on it, but that's fine for now. Hello? Okay, I've broken it. How does this break? Or do I just have an invalid start one? It's definitely trying to do things. My frame rate is dog shit right now. Oh my god, this again? How? How? I have literally just checked that it is valid. How did it go invalid? God, PCG, you're so nice. You're so nice most of the time. You are a joy to use, but then you do things like this. Why did this happen? I guess I need to make a... It's not even marked as like garbage or anything. I guess I just need to make a strong pointer out of it. How are you? I'm well, despite what it may sound like. I am actually well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Yeah, I guess I need to make a strong pointer from this. We just talked about this the other day. But I seem to have forgotten. Strong object pointer. For a, I guess the metadata is what I want. Which, what is the type? I can't see. We're gonna have to stop. Type is UPCG metadata. Give me that. Okay, so we're gonna put that up here. Do that instead. Okay, maybe that'll help us keep it in here. We'll see. What are you making? We're working on a video game in Unreal Engine. It'll be a RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain, AI generated quests, destructible terrain. And right now I'm trying to finish this area thingy. It's like a player designated area that colonists can do things within. Go, like, for the player to be like, hey, go chop trees in this area, store things in this area, you know, that kind of thing. We're trying to work on that system. And because I have caves and overhangs, it's a little complicated. It's a little complicated. So yeah, that the algorithm or something kind of broke. Oh, I see the issue. I see the issue. Yeah, we shouldn't be doing that. There. There we go. The noodles are getting quite gnarly. New seed, 310, 311. Bad seed, all ocean. Well, there's a zone over there. I tried working on Unreal, but switched to Unity. It was hard for me working in C++. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. But if you didn't, you should try Writer. Writer does a lot better job of teaching you how to use Unreal Engine C++. Is it going to be multiplayer or a solo mode game? I hope for it to be multiplayer, but we'll see. It's super early in the process, so still trying to get like some of the foundational stuff integrated. This is kind of a boring seed. We do have a couple different zone textures, but it's all flat noise, which is somewhat boring. And we're on an island. Oh, we've spawned in the Aztec Temple of Sacrifice. Apparently the Aztec culture has made its way into my game. Whisperthorn Ridge, the City of Dreams, Warped Grove, Guard's Tower of Vigilance, the Inner Plains. Yeah, kind of a boring seed. Kind of a boring seed. Oh, okay, finally it did catch up. There we go. You added water yet? Yes and no. I did have, when I was just doing a height map terrain, I did have water, but I took it out once I put the caves in here because the water was just like a flat plane. And so it didn't work with the 3D caves. I do intend for there to be some water. How much impact has the water had to gameplay? Yeah, that remains to be seen. Okay, let's trace this bad boy. Oh no. You do it solo? Yep. Solo dev. We are frozen. I should turn off the entity spawns. We're just gonna stop. We're just gonna stop. Let's turn off the spawns. It's just making things laggier than it needs to be. I remember you showing how you wanted to map it out, but I was just curious. Yeah, well, I want rivers and stuff too, so it's not just the oceans, like the map oceans and stuff. How long you take? If you're asking how long I have been working on this, I have been working on it for about 2.5 years. Oh yeah, I wanted to trace this. Okay, we're gonna trace. Trace has started. We're just gonna make a really big one. It's getting laggy. Okay, it does eventually show up. I think I need a manager class for this algorithm, I think, because I need to like cancel the previous execution. I'm sure once it gets really big, like I think I probably just take up all my threads from running this, because it runs anytime the player changes their like look at location, it runs a new one. So there's a lot of optimizations to do here. Yeah, that's I think it's production ready, guys. Okay, so check this out, guys. The mass entity editor subsystem, 91 milliseconds. Don't you love that? I have mass completely turned off. I have tried so hard to turn this off. I asked in one of the Unreal Engine discords, and I asked where the creator of mass was, and all I got was, why are you trying to trace in play in editor mode? I'm like, well, I understand it's not like a real trace. I'm just trying to, test to see if my changes have increased or he's like, well, get used to it because more mass stuff is coming in 5.6. I'm like, oh, okay, thanks. He just told me to get used to it. I was just like, yeah, can I turn this off? I don't need mass at all. Get used to it. And also, apparently there's zero reason to trace in high. It's like, yeah, I understand if I wanted to do like an actual realistic full trace, I would use standalone or some shipped version. When I'm just iterating on an algorithm, I'm not gonna fucking do that. Yeah, I can also, yeah, you can just visually, like, I have the trace scopes there, like, yeah, all I got was sass from that guy, so yeah, and I was like, can I just turn this off? And apparently the only way to turn it off is to like, he said you could turn off some plugin, but it was like a plugin that like runs the whole fucking editor. Like it would have like broken the content browser or something. And I'm like, well, that's not really realistic, is it? Why is my surface sampler running on the game thread? That's not supposed to run on the game thread. Look at this. I mean, the mass entity editor subsystem, 2.5 seconds. Like, I don't, like, it's waiting for, I guess, the rendering thread, but like, why? Why? Anyways, most of this is fucking from PCG. Like, add instances internal. Yeah, I shouldn't add that many in a single frame. God damn, dude. PCG. Oh, such a love-hate. What is my dynamic mesh component doing here? What? What? Oh, I'm still doing... That was the dynamic mesh. That was the dynamic mesh. Okay, new seed. New seed. Okay, bad seed. Oh, I did 3013. I meant 313. Seed. Kind of boring. Kind of boring. But a great test. It's a great test for this. Okay, now it's not working at all. Oh, duh. Oh my god, I hate my life. I'm just getting frustrated. And it's because I keep forgetting to do things. Cube, 1 centimeter. And collision, that looks all fine. Where is material? Material. Am I dumb? Wait. There it is. Area, blue. 313, 314. It's because you need more mass entity. Yeah, maybe that's what. Maybe I shouldn't have talked about that. It just frustrated me all over again. Yes, this is a very friendly Discord, I see. Yeah, it's like, what's the meme where it's like the glob comes out of the box and then it just gets like punched back in? Like, oh, I'm afraid to ask questions. Like, maybe I'll finally ask one. Like, fucking shut up. And I'm like, okay, I'm never asking questions again. Disable it in source. Yeah, editing the source. I mean, that thing is only in editor. Like, it doesn't run in a shipped game, so it's like, okay. You know, how much is it worth it? This is a nice seed. This looks nice. That might be an invalid start location. Okay, it's still not working. Are we even getting here? We are. I have the instances transforms. They do have locations. Why are you here? Go away. My instant static mesh has a material. The blue square. Very nice blue square. Why aren't you showing? Was I not just doing this? You know what? Change the material to the buildy boy material. My can build. Am I can build? Just to make sure. It's not showing up. Hey, what are you doing? We're working on a video game. We're working on a video game. I'm trying to build areas, and the areas don't want to build. The areas don't really want to build. Oh, world space. Yeah, that needs to be checked. That might have been it. Yep, there it is. Okay, we have our areas. The snoxels are back to snoxeling. And honestly, yeah, this can get to a much larger size and be performant. There we go, yeah. Okay, let's trace it. It is quite slow, but at least it's like, I don't know, the frame rate wise is good. I think I clicked on the wrong one there. Close the old one. A render graph execute. I wish I could see what these wait fors were. Yeah, there's the old mass entity subsystem again. Our friend. Update area size. Only 2 point. Wow, it's actually not bad now that there's no collision on it. Update build status, placement building position. Where is was area size in here? Probably not. Update area size. Yeah, let's just find this. Update area size. Let's go to the last one. That'll be our biggest one. I know what you are doing. I've been watching you for a couple days now. Ah, sorry. A lot of people come in here and ask that and have no idea what they're looking at. So to save myself from answering the same question, a lot of times I give the simple answer. Oh, how are you doing? Oh, I see. My bad. I misread. My brain saw what it wanted to, I suppose. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I hope you're well as well. Okay, I need a better, actually. I need a better query, because those are not finding the things I want to find. Perform overlap query time. The fact that I can't really consistently find it, I suppose, is kind of a good thing. Dude, some of these building system functions are a little heavy-handed, though. It's weird. There's so many things that are going so slow, but they're all like random things. It kind of feels like it's related to building this area. Like perform overlap query, like that would make sense that having this area be there. Would affect that. Excuse me. God, this is so spiky. God damn. Constructing the interaction widget took 13 milliseconds. What am I looking at? We're looking at the performance profiling trace for my game. We're trying to figure out how performant some of our stuff is here. Ah, here's some information. So we do the reset. And then why are we doing physics here? I don't need physics. Calculate where, and then where do I add? And I wonder if I should reset it. Maybe we should reset it before we get the response back. That's kind of what we do here, you know. But why not? Why not? We'll just do that to make that consistent. So this is the dynamic mesh version that we're not using. And then this is the instant static mesh version. ISMC version. Okay. Look how much smoother it is just running around without doing that. Yeah, it's a little choppy. It's quite choppy. I suppose that's what I get for trying to trace in a plane editor session. Wind pump messages. Ah, yes. Of course, that function that I use called wind pump messages. Dude, it's so weird how much everything else gets affected by that. Like, why is the finalize animation update now taking forever, you know? Like, it shouldn't have collision on it, right? I hope it doesn't. Yeah, I can't even click on it. Oh yeah, clicking on it is a fool's errand. Okay, we have clicked on it. Yeah, it has no collision. Is it because generate overlap events is on? Like, if I turn that off... Will the engine crash is my first question. No, it won't. I think it's adding too many because it like gets darker. You see that? Yeah, so I think it's adding it multiple times. You see that? Also, how am I getting overlaps right now? Huh. That shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be happening. Turns out when I talk a lot, my voice just starts cracking. Slate app, nice. Deferred shading scene renderer. Should I go forward rendering? I might try it out and see how it goes. Yeah, it's so the collision just drastically changes. I wonder if I should maybe I should delete the dynamic mesh or something. I wonder if that's affecting it. Restart this. So no can overlap. And also, like, I set the last build timestamp. And then we check if the return timestamp is equal before we do anything. I don't know why it would be adding more instances than we need to. I'm also clearing them every time. Every time we kick off a new one. Why are you thinking about forward rendering? Oh, I don't know. Just that we were talking about it yesterday about the differences. I don't really understand it, but I was just gonna try it out and see what happens. So yeah, I shouldn't be adding more instances. Instance I. I should not. And yeah, I'm gonna maybe just... Should I delete this? Use complexes, simple, cooking. Yeah, we do have collision turned on, so let's just go no collision. Maybe that helps with it a little bit. We'll see. I just saw... The reason I said that right there is because I saw the deferred scene shading renderer or whatever thing in the profiler. So I was like, yeah. Let's turn it off, see what happens, but I'll have to like recompile shaders and that takes like 15 minutes, so yeah, let's not do that right in the middle of the stream. And I was reading a shitpost thread this morning about like all the gamers shitting on, all the armchair expert gamers shitting on like Unreal Engine 5 slop, you know, like everything's slop because of Unreal Engine 5. Devs are lazy, management doesn't give them time to do it. You know, gaming, getting into game dev is easier than ever now, which is a good thing, but it also means that people don't know what they're doing as much. And, you know, gamers are expecting AAA games to run on their toaster of a graphics card. AAA quality games from every game that runs on their fucking GTX 760. Or whatever, you know. But they do have somewhat of a point, which is like you look at like some of the old games that are like fucking beautiful and they don't have all this shit in them. So it's like it's possible. But they're also like, you know, like Unreal Engine is doing everything like dynamically, like all this dynamic lighting and stuff. And they're comparing it to games that have like completely baked static stuff. So they don't really understand. But the point they're making is like you don't need all the dynamic stuff to make a beautiful looking game. And there is some truth to that, but Yeah, they're being very armchair experty about it. Use Ford and I love it. I just don't think it's a good fit for what you're making. Why is that, Pixel Shake? Make sure to turn off overlap with visibility. It will override. Stealth Shadow, I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about. Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 is the go. RCT2 is my jam. And yeah, famously written in assembly. So yeah, Chad game dev for sure. UE5 Legend makes something that looks good on the surface, but it's just trash when you actually play it. Yeah. A 1060 Ti boys be out there complaining. Yeah. I do feel like there's a good amount of that. It's like, yeah, you need to upgrade your hardware, buddy. Then you'll get your 60 FPS. Valorant's a beautiful high performance 2v4 game. It also looks like every other stylized game. So, is it beautiful? I don't know. It looks good to me. But it looks generic as well. There's a Steam curator that only does reviews on Unreal Engine games and always negative with the same copy paste. Oh my god. We're review bombing UE5 games now? Ugh. They did so much work to make that happen and it's very stylized. I don't know, they did so much work to make it look like every other game. I don't know, like why, I don't know, I just don't really like the generic stylized art anymore. The armchair Reddit forums on UE games crack me up. Yeah, that's what I was reading this morning. RCT2 best game of all time. Yeah, there's an open source version of it now where they've reverse engineered it and it's multiplayer. Like there's an open source, it's called Open RCT2. You can play multiplayer now, which is actually kind of fucking fun. Since you're working procedurally, forward rendering would limit you to 4 dynamic lights in an area. You lose ambient occlusion, screen-spaced reflections. Just as a start, forward is awesome, but you need to frequently manually work around issues, which you can't really do when you're fully procedural. You say limit me to 4 dynamic lights in an area. Why? And what is the area? Do I get to decide that? You just didn't like all the Six Flags stuff. I thought it was fun. Why not? More coasters, right? I like the little scenarios too. Oh, you know our Open RCT2? Nice, yeah. Architect. I've not heard of that one. 4 dynamic lights overlap or more becomes a performance problem. No more than 4 dynamic lights can touch a single object. Otherwise, it breaks shading and performance tanks. I mean, so can you just clamp that? Or, like, is that handled automatically? Yeah, but Adder, you can place, like, torches around your colony and stuff, like sconces and stuff. So I assume those will need to be dynamic lights. It's handled automatically, but doesn't always get that right. That's what I mean about the manual work. I'm loving throwing in lights without dynamic shadows for a little color splash. Does that get around the issue? Sometimes you need to go in and say this big light should have a shadow, not this candle. So is it about the shadows, really? It's the shadows that the dynamic light thing, the dynamic light limit comes into play with? Okay, yeah, if they don't cast shadows, you're good. I see. I see. Is that the biggest downside to forward rendering? I mean, how did games handle that in the past? Just all the manual work you're saying, I suppose? I mean, I don't do anything fancy in my shaders at the moment. Like, I have like 2 fucking shaders that I actually use. Manual lighting work is how we avoided it. Gotcha. Good to know. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that info. I wish there was an actual place where I could go and just read all the information that I've passively acquired from you guys. I feel like so much of game dev is just like in people's heads, which is kind of frustrating.
Hello.
Hello. Johnny B.
John C.
Why are you running?
Bag up, bag
Why
up.
are you running?
Bag up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry.
Welcome in, guys.
Put it in reverse.
Welcome.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord.
Jesus. Oh, Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for the raid. Thank you.
We got him. What the
We got
dog
him.
doing?
We got it. Welcome in, Shawnee. How was your stream? What are you working on today? Right now we're talking forward rendering versus deferred rendering. But what I'm working on today is this thing. This player drawn voxel algorithm thing. I'm trying to figure out what the best way for me to like actually render it is. And you can see it's a little laggy when it renders, but we're just trying to make sure that it's performant. Right now they're overlapping it. I'm like adding way too many. But yeah, it does what it's supposed to, which is voxelize the terrain. So that the player could define an area and see which, like you could, like the player could define this and be like, hey, plant crops in this area. You know what I mean? Go chop trees in this area. Stay with this within this area. Drop off all your tree trunks in this area. That's what I'm working on today. Let me catch up on chat here. Where the hell was I? I don't even think you get world position offset in forward rendering. You don't get world position offset. Okay, that's kind of an issue because that's entirely how that works, right? You lose the depth buffer. Okay, we did look into that, I think, for the culling the back faces or whatever. Bird 5, welcome in. No deferred decals. I don't. Decals are dead to me. Honestly, this is honestly one of the biggest downsides of forward, which is where you start hearing about forward plus plus. What the fuck is that? Epic is trying to axe world position offset entirely in the future updates. Yeah, I've heard that, and I have no fucking idea, like, what to do about that. Back in the cave of insights. Yeah, we're looking at some performance traces and stuff. I had world position offset working on a forward rendered project once. It was in UE5 though. World position offset clashes with mana. Yeah, I have heard that, but like, it works right now, right? So what? I don't understand. I just don't understand. Expensive, and they're trying to make their expensive features fit the box with material least. The case-by-case instruction. I mean, they have a whole Vertex animated plugin that relies on world position offset to move the static meshes. In 5.3, they even removed TAA from forward rendering. They fixed the lack of world position offsets in the new Witcher game, so we're waiting for that to trickle down. Oh, they fixed it. So we will get it? Question mark? Okay. Can make it work. It's just expensive as fuck. Oh, I wish I understood better. I wish I understood better. They have an alternative way to move things. But they're like gonna submit that to the source. I kind of feel like I need to clear instances maybe both times, before and after here. It's John Cena. Okay, yeah, now it's not like stacking up on itself. How many snoxels is this? Snoxel me, Captain. 5,000. Okay, so if I did one per frame, if I did one per frame at 60 FPS, it'd take 83 frames. Wait, no, 83 seconds. Yeah, that's not, so I can't just do one per frame. I was thinking just do it one per frame and watch it build out, but yeah, that's not gonna work, is it? And you guys are big brain talking right now. Even more if you let the dynamic net cast shadows of virtual center maps, because any dynamic mesh will invalidate. 5 FPS. What is it? I'm trying to make sense of it to ask the name of something of it. Wait, what are you talking about, Tenkarado? I mean, my FPS isn't too bad. The sound, my footstep sounds are like way off though. Yeah, once I build it though, I need to turn the collision on. So I can actually look at it. Query only. And then we do the area overlap query, and then we get it back so it would rebuild itself. Epic substitute for world position. Okay, I see. Algo to math to build out. Yeah, for however many seconds I want it to be placed in. Yeah, I just don't. God, I just don't want to do that right now. You know what? Let's just call this good for now, and move on to some actual functionality. Because I'm kind of tired of like, I feel like I'm mucking about. I don't want to muck about anymore. I want to actually get some shit done. I'd love to see the shader cost for the voxels. Is there a view for that? We talked about that yesterday, right? The white hot intensity of Mahjong's voxels. We did mention earlier in the stream that there's some pixel depth buffer that we can use to like cull the to make it solid rather than so we don't get the edges of the internals. So I looked into that. So I may do that as well to make it like a flat area, make it look better. What is this software and what is going on? We're in Unreal Engine 5 right now. I mean, Adder, I could definitely do that algorithm on the background thread. Basically free for me. 'Cause I'm already doing shit on the background thread and stuff. Dude, I'm cooked, same. What is objective? What are we doing? I'm ready to hammer down, yeah. So I wrote this like voxel, this walking voxel algorithm to map areas on my landscape that the player can define. It works for buildings too. Or it should. Maybe I should test that real quick. But it's for the players to define, like, for their colonists to like go over here, go chop trees within this area, you know? Okay, let's get a nice little entrance here. Come on. Oh, come on. Why do my stairs suck? And so we're just trying to get the display from that voxel algorithm too. We're trying to decide what we want to do with it. I always say we, it's just me. It's me with the help of chat is what I really mean. Just make the voxels 1/5 the size, but then that doesn't represent them properly. Okay. Give me stairs. Oh my god, are you serious? Why does my building system suck now all of a sudden? What happened? Sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we've almost got this built. So that I can test to make sure it works on buildings still. Which, in theory it should, because I haven't changed the algorithm, really. So I guess here, like, the bottom of the box is not correct. I guess it shouldn't, right? Is it because you're far away from world center, meaning floating point errors make the checks fail? I'm not that far from the world center. The world center is like right over there. I think I mean, you have to be pretty damn far from the world center for that to happen, right? So, interesting. It's not doing the, yeah, it's not doing the minimum culling. I mean, it's fine for now. It's fine. But if I wanted to only define the top of this, that would be kind of annoying. I have to define like 2 areas here. Oh my god, what if I wanted to define an irregular area? Oh my god, I hate my life. What? Yeah, it does work on buildings now, though. So still. Destroy everything. Oh yeah, I didn't, let me make, did I fix the, yes, we can inspect it. We can inspect it. Okay, let me pull up the output log. I don't need decimal place. I need like 1 decimal place of accuracy. That's about it. Okay. Okay, so now we're not doing the, yeah, we're not doing the, yeah, so we will already have that enabled, so we don't need to do that anymore. That can just go, be like old dynamic mesh method. So let's create a new one. Let's create a new one, and we will, what will we do? We will name this check overlaps dynamic mesh. Check overlaps dynamic mesh. Cool, 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 cool. View function, blueprint callable, category building utils, static. Void. Are we still? Yeah, we're still gonna do this. On the background thread. So you instanced static mesh component, generate the definition. We're gonna do the same thing almost. Wrong pointer. Yeah, basically the same thing. Okay, I think we're good there. Set generate overlap events true. Do I have it set to false right now? And I'm still getting that? Is that How is this working? Okay, so this is set to... Wait. What is generate overlap events for? Is it just for getting overlapping like actors? Like when you call the get overlapping actors or whatever? Is that the only reason it's needed? Or is it also needed for overlapping line traces? Right now I'm doing a line trace against it and getting the return, but I don't have generate overlap events on. So I may have had a misunderstanding about this. I thought you needed that turned on if you wanted overlaps at all. You can't overlap a line trace. But you can return overlapping hits from a line trace. I'm doing a line trace against it, and I have nothing set to block other than I have visibility set to overlap, and I get the return. Right? And I'm not saying it would like create an overlap as in add it to the overlaps components. I'm asking like the channel is set to overlap, and I thought for anything to respond based on that overlap channel, you needed to have generate overlap events on. But I think I've figured out now, based on my observations, that that is only for overlap events, which is like the overlapped actors or components array, right? I think I've actually learned something today. I think I've actually learned something today. Update overlap. Well, I do need it for this though. I don't know why I thought I didn't need it for that. Yeah, when I get the, I think when I get the overlaps, I need it. Yeah, when I get overlapping components, I will need it to true. But I can just set it to false right afterwards, right? So we don't muck about. So set it to true, update overlaps, get the overlaps, set it back to false. Log it. Okay. I thought you can only actually get overlaps on simple collision, like it doesn't work at all in complex. If that's true, then that would explain a lot about why I was having so much difficulty with the dynamic mesh component. So I was trying to rely on overlaps on the complex collision, and it wasn't until I set the simple collision that I was actually able to get overlaps on it. So that would line up with that. I didn't realize that was a thing. I thought it was just a dynamic mesh component issue. But that would explain several things. Okay, so interact, we're gonna do, get this boy, check overlaps ISMC, and that should log it basically, so. And it's notably more expensive. Well, doesn't it depend on the number of verts in the complex collision? You can check overlaps on, but you can't generate overlaps. I actually found the opposite. Like I was getting the overlap events, but I couldn't. What I was experiencing was like trying to get overlapping components would never work, but the overlap events were working. It was weird. It was a whole thing. I don't want to go back there. I figured it out, but get some overlaps. We have 0 overlapped components. Query only. Oh yeah, I guess I need to do more than just visibility overlap, don't I? I need to overlap all. So yeah, it's gonna have collision turned off at first. Overlap all. And we'll try again. We have 8 overlapped components. Do you see the overlapped components? Count the overlapped components. 8 overlapped components. We have them. Can I actually say the names now, though? I would like to see the names. Nice. Nice. AI just fucking did exactly what I wanted it to do. Hey, puppy dogs. Did you guys enjoy your walk? So fluffy. Oh, I missed it. Complex collision on a metahuman. Yeah, that's a choice for sure. Okay, what do we have? We have dynamic chunk mesh twice. Oh, I should log the item as well. Well, yeah, why do we have 2? Oh, yeah, we do have 2 chunk meshes. So actually what I want to do is component get name, sure. And then let's also add the instance here, which will be the, oh yeah, I guess I am just doing out overlapping components. Right, yeah, this is actually not how I should do it at all. Why did I do this? This isn't what I was supposed to do at all. I was supposed to do the area overlap query, because then I actually get like the instances and shit. Okay, yeah, we're supposed to do the area overlap query. What? I should have had more coffee this morning. Yeah, we're not gonna do that at all now. Yeah, this is what we were supposed to do, basically. Set collision enabled. I guess it's enabled, yeah. The problem is, I don't know, if it's already built, we shouldn't rebuild it, so I need to add like a thing here. Yeah, if that's the latest one, we do num overlaps. We're also printing what we've overlapped. Can I also overlapped add the instance that we've overlapped as well? What is that, item, I think? Yeah. I can't see a thing. Element, wait, is it hit item? Or is it element index? I think it's hit item. And then yeah, if we're built, we should only do this if we're built. Or not built. Branch get is built. If we're not built. If we are built, or what am I trying to say? If we're not built, recreate it. If we are built, do nothing. Okay, that's actually what we need to do. Make sure that we don't rebuild it every time we interact with it. Let's try a new one. Delete that. I get, wait, is it built? I guess, no, I need to check if we're in resize mode or not. Not if it's built. Is in resize mode. Yeah. Because it's built by default. Instance is -1. Okay, so that's not the right one. It's element index. Num overlaps is 0 now. Because did I mess it up? I think I mess it up by doing live coding, or not live coding. Wolf said hi, hello. You always go make more coffee. Yeah, I'm approaching the end of my coffee. Instance is 0. Am I doing I think I'm getting the wrong return here. Hang on. Which line trace am I doing? Get voxel overlaps. Box trace multi for objects. Can I get a badge? What do you mean? What is badge? Instance is 0. I don't believe you. I think that's, I think you're joshing me a little bit there. Yeah, instance is 0 there as well. I thought it was fucking item. I definitely break it when I do the, num overlaps is 1. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm hashing it by, I forgot, I'm hashing it by element index. Should it be item instead? I think that's where I messed up. And that was a header file, so I'm gonna have to go fuck my life here. We can delete this now. I don't know why I wrote this. Rebuild. Oh. Why can't I get my terrain to just look like this? Huh? Ugh. I think it should have been hit item, and we were just kind of wrong there. So let's try this again. New seed, world map, 317. Bad seed. This is ocean. This is also ocean. As far as the eye can see. This is also ocean. There we go. Ah, we are in a meadows biome. I do need to be down here though, with the trees. So we're gonna hop our little butts down there. Okay, I needed to stop spawning things so I can actually see the output of this. Num overlaps is 1. Is this just how UE looks, or did you do something with your stream to follow the cursor? Yeah, so the Unreal Engine is not vertical, so that it is a script that follows the cursor. Okay, that still isn't working in my little hit result map. Yeah, go here, I suppose. Out hit result. What do I have? Item is -1. Element index is 0. But we've hit the dynamic chunk mesh. That's fine. Yeah, we wouldn't get an item from that. Hit the terrain chunk once again. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of terrain chunk. This is actually going to be very hard to debug. Yeah, we're just going to get mostly terrain on these. Let's make a smaller... We need to make a smaller section here. Give me... There we go. Just one block. What does this overlap? Nothing. What? Okay, hang on. And now we have an overlap. Out hit results. Rain chunk. Rain chunk. Rain chunk. What is the tree's collision set to? It is set to block all dynamic. It does generate overlap events. This no collision there. So I guess, do I need to turn on generate overlap events here? But why am I getting an overlap on the terrain and not on the tree? Okay, let's just turn on generate overlaps by default. Okay, we can... Give me... There we go. It's going straight through the tree. We only overlapped the chunk, the terrain chunk. What the frick, man? Is that script public or something? For the, you were talking about the mouse trace or the mouse follow script. It is, there is a, you search OBS zoom and follow. That is the script I use. I had to edit mine though to get it to work with Unreal Engine nicely. Basically, whenever whenever the mouse disappears, it'll go back to the center. Just to make it good for the stream. And that just, so when I pop in and out, it'll go back to the character so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. But for the most part, yeah, it's a public script. Yeah, why am I not getting hit results here? That one returned nothing. Well, I guess there are going to be several that return nothing. Wait, collision. Oh, that's fucking why. I'm not passing the right collision types. Oh, I'm so dumb. I literally wrote that functionality. Dude, I'm off today, man. I am off today. Yeah, I just copy pasted it without fucking thinking about anything. Terrain, building, static dynamic, yeah, I think that's all we need. God damn. Yes, now we get the instance. Perfect. Yes, the instance is there. Sweet. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we can turn the generate overlap events off. Oops. Yes, I do see the instances now. Perfect. Okay. We have what we need, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I suppose for now I'm just going to leave those rendered. But eventually I think I want to come up with a system that hides them. Like I'll hide it during combat. I guess it would be nice to like only draw the outline, you know? I don't know, that's a problem for a different day though. Y'all like my super stretched UVs here? Okay, so now what do we need to do? So I have the area built. I should probably turn off during combat. Turn off the display. And then I suppose turn it back on whenever you're placing one, turn on all of them. Yeah, I mean, we can think about that a different day. But I need to work on the colony simulator thingies. I need a way to tell the... I guess let's commit what we have here. What do I have here? Just some formatting things. We're outputting valid voxels, yeah. Or output is voxel transforms. And a few misc fixes. Output voxels as transforms from area query. Sure. Okay. So now I need to actually get the colonists to do things. And so I should be giving them names randomly. Like it should just be like, this is area 8. Yeah, I just like, yeah. So I should probably come up with like a little interface for them so that you can resize them and stuff. So when you inspect them, there should probably be a little bit of UI that you can like edit the name. You can resize it. Maybe you can even add to it. That would be good. And you can draw a separate box for that. That's a whole nother system though. Let me write that on to-dos. That's a good idea though. Okay. Let me write that down. Bugs. It's not a bug, but just new things to do. Let's call this tasks. It's a more friendly name. So, allow players to add like separate areas together. Basically, yeah, basically. What's the bare minimum though? The bare minimum is doing none of that actually. That's the bare minimum. I have the bare minimum right now. And so I think I just need to work on the colonist interface then. What do you guys think about radial menus? Are radial menus nice or are they annoying? Because they're with this building plugin, the whatever the base version of it was, it came with a radial menu, and I was kind of like, I don't know. I think I just want the list. But I'm thinking for colonist dialogue, like, or not dialogue, but when you're like talking to a colonist and you want to send them to go do a task, a radial menu might be nice for that. Are you using Git to version control your code? Yes, I am. Pixel Shake, you don't like them. Radial menus are built for controller. Fuck those people. I see. So we're radial menu haters here. Are they bad, or is it just better to not do them? Right now, that's my next question. How's the building going? Today's been like a brain mush day, I think. I keep making stupid, simple errors. Are you using Git to version control? Yes. Once again, yes. Yes, I am. I prefer the cyberpunk chat style. Wait, what is that? Crispy Penguin. Welcome in. Heard most 7 items, radial wheel is great. Anything more is too hard to select. Not a fan if it's like a Warframe, but GTA Red Dead is good. I don't like them on PC because they don't feel as nice whilst moving around in the world. Because you need to flick the mouse. Yeah. Yeah. Like, do I see all the options on screen, or is it like a spiral? I think all the options would be on screen. Mouse wheel to scroll them, then F to speak. Yeah, I mean, that's just like a list, though. It would be, the UI would be like a list. Or is it a radial? Can I find a picture? I haven't played this in a long time. Oh my god, of course, it's like a tiny ass picture. Yeah, so it's just a list. I mean, that's what I have right now, is scroll and then click. Burnt pineapples, thanks for stopping by. I think they work nicely when there's like a hierarchical menu. I mean, I guess the list could work well as well. Because like the options are like... options are like, let's do a nice white. A nice white. You know, have your dialogue box. Oh my goodness. What did I just do? So have your dialogue box like this, you know, you got your options. And so like for me, this would be like inspect. Can't even fucking write today, dude. Inspect. Talk. And I think right now it's like, oh, there's generate quest. And then it's like all the colony options are here and down. Inspect pulls up the character frame. Talk opens like a dialogue, which is for like getting the quest and stuff and just like talking. But then actually performing like a task. You know, I could just open another one. With more options. So be like, what task do you want them to do? And this could be like farming. God, can you guys even read that? Farming. Tree. Chop. Mining. And then, you know, so pick this, open this, and then, you know, you fucking pick this, open this. I don't know if it would actually be staggered like that. It could. You have options here for like forever. Target tree. Right. And then the player would click on the target, right? Target tree. Area. And then radius. Forever, you'd click that would be the end if you click that one. But what I'm saying is like these each like from here on, like the first one I think I'm going to keep in that menu, the list menu. But from here, these ones could be very nice radial menus. They could. And that way you wouldn't need to scroll all the way down. Either move your mouse there or... I mean, I guess that's the good thing about radial menus. If you have a radial menu... Here's my donut. Let's make this a bit better. I can do better than that. Wow, it's a perfect circle. Right, there's your radial menu. You know, and you've got tree. I feel like these are good for icons too, you know, make a little fucking... tree icon there. There's a tree. You can go tree chopping. And then these ones could be in the underline, like, you know, a new radial menu pops up. And then as you click through the radial menu, the options that you've selected are like, you know, there's a breadcrumb, tree, area. I can't spell, area. And then you want to select area, right? Because if you pick this one, if you picked area, you know, you get to area 1, area 2, and my face is probably covering that up a little bit, yeah. And or like new area, which I'd probably put at the top. Probably put new area at the top. I'll put ... here to show that this will automatically kick you out of the dialogue. And then you can go, it'll put you into automatically put you into the place area mode. And then when you finally, you know, you click build, it says inspect, but you click build, then the colonist will just automatically be assigned to it. That circle had a few drinks. Yes, it did. I need a drink already. Let me catch up on chat here. I yapped a lot there. Sub-menus can be real shitty if they aren't responsive and easy to navigate through. Yeah, that's, you know, and you got to have the controls down too. Like, does escape, you know, how do you go back up a level? You know, which is the same issue for both menus. Like for dialogue prompts are essentially a toolbar hotkey. I mean, I don't see why certain combinations of these couldn't be an ability you can put. If it's just for dialogue, just do lines of text. If it's classic and true. Yeah, but controller people. Seems intuitive in that way, and I wouldn't do a radial menu just for dialogue interactions. Taser tree. Major problem with submenus is you have to teach players where those features exist. I mean, I think in this case it's fairly intuitive, right? Like, obviously it's not just going to say task. It's going to be like, hey, can you? It's going to be like it's going to say something descriptive, and then it's, of course, this is the most. Like, if I just did task and then kicked it off, if I did this one first, yeah, I would be like, what am I even doing? Like, what is this? Like, no, this one has to be first, so you pick what they're doing. Which I think does a good job of explaining it. I would rather click 3 times than click and drag. What do you mean click and drag? I don't think you need to click and drag in a radial menu. Like, the radial menu you click as well. You click here, and then the radial menu changes. It's 5 p.m. in the UK, yeah. Yes, sirree. So yeah, you click on each one of these sections here. You don't click and drag. And even on these ones, like, the thing with, maybe I should spawn a colonist here. Oh, I probably need to spawn several. Do I even have any, yeah, I think I'm quite far away from where the colonists are. Okay, we're just gonna rebuild. I think that's gonna be quicker. New map. Actually, that was a kind of cool map. We're gonna stay there. Let's turn on spawning though, for sure. Okay, some radial menus you have to click, hold, and drag. What game has that? Like, as in like an old-timey telephone? The rotary phone? That's a rotary menu. That's not a... I feel like that should be called a rotary menu, not a radial menu. That seems... Can't imagine why you would want to do that in a game. Can I please spawn some colonists? I would like some colonists, please. There we go, they're spawning. They are all enemies. There we go, here's a colonist. Okay, so one thing I hate is like losing controls. And so I like that I can, well, that should still stay, that menu should stay up when I look away. But like right now, you can just scroll in it, but you can still look anywhere. So it's not like, you don't like detach the mouse. Oh, I hate this. I hate this so much. Right when I was trying to explain what I was talking about. But your mouse doesn't detach, right? And my mouse doesn't even show on screen because Unreal Engine has crashed. So it's not even showing my mouse. But I was trying to say is like the mouse doesn't detach from the camera, you know, so that you can still look around and stuff. And so I think I will. I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing that or not, but like you would have to scroll and click. There is a possibility I would do that. So a radial menu could actually be slightly beneficial, but if I do a radial menu, then I have to. I can't move the camera with the controller with the mouse anymore, actually. That actually prevents me from doing that, now that I think about it. Rotary menu puts an age restriction on your player base. That's actually for people over like 50. No, actually, it's probably for people over 60. Like, I don't know. I don't even know if my parents ever used a rotary phone. Did they? No, they probably did. They probably did. Never mind. It's probably for over 50. 30's too young. Because I'm 30 and I've never used a rotary phone, actually. I just played with one that my grandma had in her basement when I was a kid. It didn't actually work. You had a rotary phone and you're 40? What? You had a rotary phone? Like as a kid? You also don't use your butter dish. Well, I don't have a butter dish. I do use ambient occlusioned butter. Ambient room temperature softened butter. That's crazy. Okay, so cut the difference between our guesses. 40. It's 40. That would be nice for like a little mini game. Why is it why am I lagging? Just like running around it. What is this volume, by the way? Oh, here's my post-process volume. It's so small. Look how small it is. It worked. Oh, rotary phones. You know, dialing someone up used to be fun. Back in my day. Me friend would ring me on the telly. What am I doing here? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what menu I want to do. I guess I already have this, so I might as well. Might as well just stick with this as my base. Minigames are such a good quality of life for a game, IMO. I think I can go both ways, but you know, Fable had some nice crafting minigames that were fun, but you really have to fit that into the game. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just like willy-nilly put that in there. One, it takes more like time and effort to develop, but two, it can just get monotonous, right? It can just get a little monotonous. I was thinking of like for mining, like have little weak points show up on the ore that you're mining. So you have to like aim the pickaxe. Little mini game there. And then I was thinking for like trees. That's a tree. If you're chopping it, like on screen, this little, you know, one of these like half moon things would show up. I can't draw a half moon. One of these like half moon things would show up, and then there would be one of those like, you know, things that like, and then you have to like hit it at the spot that you want. A little mini game for tree chopping. So, and it, you know, it cycles up and down, and then there's like a, you know, swing here or something, right? And that will make you aim the slice that you take out of the tree. And so if you hit that right, like you do extra damage or something. And if you hit it like up here, then you do like, you know, maybe you fucking miss up here and you hit up there instead. Little tiny mini game. That's a dick. Shut up. Yeah, true. It detracts too much from the main game. It can. You just really have to make sure it fits in the game, I think. Like in Stardew Valley, you know, the little fishing mini game is perfectly cool and stuff, you know. Instead of breaking up the monotony it creates, it definitely can. It definitely can. Lorena Bobnett would be proud. What? Who is that? Weird shaped, but no judgment. Are you guys still talking about my tree? There's the tree now. Is that better? Can you make the player lose health if the tree falls on the player? I absolutely 100% unequivocally will have that, yes. They have to cut and run. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Valheim. I want to do Valheim tree chopping, basically. They have like some really fun tree chopping with the tree dominoes. Like not only do they deal damage to the player, but they deal damage to other trees. And so I think trees will have like a health bar, you know, that'll show. And then, you know, when you chop some, that health bar will go down. You chop some more, you know, and so if a tree hits another tree, you know, that health bar starts lower. And then I'll need some math for like, you know, when you chop it for the, you know, maybe this tree is already half health. And so when you chop it again, or when you rather, you know, if a tree hit this tree, it would be half health or something. And so if you were to chop it, it would need to do a bigger chop to get to like the halfway. You know what I mean? And so it could only take, you know, maybe your axe already does half health, you know, fucking minus 50. You know, you'll see that number pop up too whenever you swing and hit it. Minus 50. Like your axe like deals damage to it, right? So minus 50. And so if it's already at 50, you just swing straight through, I think. You just like giga whack it, you know? Looking at Medieval Dynasty tree chopping, they also did a good job. I've had that game on my wish list for so goddamn long. Because that was like the first game I ever saw that did an RPG colony sim. So yeah, I do want to check out what they're doing. I also want to check out Soul Mask is another one that does something similar, I think. Pal World was kind of the same, but with pals that had terrible pathfinding. But they have a lot of different agent sizes, so that's probably a lot harder. It had the forest thing where you can carry 2 logs. Yeah, I do want the inventory Tetris. I think that would be really nice for like it's a good way to have carry weight without actually having the boring carry weight number, I think. Because then you have like a situation like this is a terrible job. Because then you can have a log take up 4. A log could take up 4 spots or something, and it can only stack once. Right? That's how you like, you know, the player wants to carry around a bunch of logs. You can carry 4, basically, if you've got a big enough inventory for it or something. Maybe you can rotate it, I don't know. Maybe they have to be carried horizontally. Or that's 5, I guess. I guess it depends on, maybe it could depend on the tree you chop, and I could like do some math to like change that. That would be kind of interesting. So if you chop it up here, you know, if you chop right here, it would be, you would get this section. And so that would, maybe that would only take up 2 2 or 3 spots. Whoa. But I do want the colonists to like have to carry the logs back to the camp and process them. I think the player can just put it in their inventory. But colonists do have an inventory as well. And I do want that to be... How would I want that to work, actually? Because like I do want colonists to have to use bags and stuff. Like I want you to make bags for your colonists for like inventory space. But I also want to visually see like 2 colonists carrying a log back to camp. Right? Otherwise that's just weird, right? that feels just weird. Maybe just if it's too heavy they have to do that, or if they can't chop it up enough or something. I don't know. But it would be nice to have a numerical weight on these things so that a colonist's strength actually came into play. Like, I would much prefer inventory Tetris because I think it's a lot more fun. But the numerical weight system, you know, think Skyrim or Witcher, works really well with the Colony Sim side of things because you have these like stats for strength and stuff like that. And your strength could define like how many tree trunks you can carry. Maybe there's just certain things that you can't carry in a bag. Maybe you can't carry tree chunks in a bag. Medieval Dynasties 4-player co-op? Nice. Yeah. I do intend to play it at some point, but I have a lot of games that I say that about. Okay, let's at least get this menu working. I need sub-menus? I don't know. I don't think I've done sub-menus yet. Honestly, I have to go soon-ish. UI. Where is my interaction stuff? Interaction. Interaction text options. Which is just a box of interaction text option. Interaction text box option. Interaction text option. This is just a stack box. Oh, that's the below interaction. Below interaction text container. We want this one. Options box. What is options box? Oh, I've just named it options box. It's like a stack box. Okay. Add option. So we add this one. Option icon. Oh, they have icons on them. I forgot. I think I don't do that in a lot of cases. Interaction text option. We just with text, I guess. Oh yeah, we spawn with those ones. Option ID and option inputs. Toggle selected. Where are you used from? That is in interaction text options. This is not the right one. We want this one. So toggle selected, toggle child selected. Where are you used from? And refresh options. And UI scroll. Okay. And where do I actually select? I forget. Add option, refresh options. Init interact options. I guess it's on the, I think it's in my player blueprint. Have I played the game Grounded? No, I haven't. Collect trees like in the game Grounded. Yeah, I'm unfamiliar. Where is it? It's on select. Wait, is there not a select in here? Target. UI use. There's like a select somewhere. Back, what are we stringing together? Just trying to get into UI a little bit. This. We're stringing together this. Where is the fucking select option? Dude, I swear I had... Is it in my... It's in my player controller, isn't it? I need to come up with a better... Because I'm just like kind of nilly-willy throwing things in either one. There we go. There's the select. Call on UI select. Wait, where is this at? How do I search for this? On UI select. Is that like on my player controller? It is. Okay. Okay. On UI select. So can I just do this on UI select? Does that make them show up? It do. Okay, so we call on UI select, and then that means something different dependent on the context. Those are not the same. Bind event. On interacting play. Yeah, so I guess it's all on the colonist character. Because that's who you're talking to. On interacting player select. Oh, that's an event. God, I hate blueprints, man. Play sound. Handle interaction option selected. Choose interaction option by ID, which is on the colonist character. Okay. Yeah, now it's all coming back to me. Interaction option functions, okay. I guess I need a sub menu. Oh my god, now we need to clamp it to the screen too. Is there a built-in like safe area container in Unreal Engine? Do you ever plan on making a Discord server? I feel like it can be pretty time consuming if you have to manage it yourself though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have one. But yeah, I'm not like a huge fan of Discord as a informational platform. I think it's great for VoIP with the boys. And girls. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's a pain to manage Discord servers, actually. I feel like I kind of need to redo this interaction option system. I don't really like how this is set up. And I think I set this up back before I knew what I was doing. But then again, like these options that are picked are like dynamically generated, so I add these interaction option functions. And then it's this delegate. Which, where is that delegate actually? On command chosen. Where is this used from? Do I wire this up in blueprints? That's where it is. Okay. There it is. Okay, I missed it. Yeah. So on command chosen is what gets called. Handle non-command options. So I need to write some C++ to like wire this up or something. Ugh. And honestly, I hate how many Discord servers I have. Like, they're just ones that I use like one-off times that I don't want to like lose track of. And so I just have all these Discord servers that I never really go to other than like once in a fucking blue moon. It feels disorganized. Interaction option commands, yeah. So that actually like, yeah, processes the command. I'm maxed out on Discords most of the time. There's a max to how many servers you can join? I didn't even know that. $100. You can okay, so even worse, dude. Even worse. Okay, so my interaction options, I need like a sub menu. How would I 200 with no, oh my fucking god, of course the paid version. Dude, the paid version you should have fucking unlimited. Like, that's so dumb that they only doubled it. You should have unlimited with the fucking paid version. Oh my god. Forums. Where did forums go? Bring back the forums. Yeah, so there's an options. Should I add another overlay or something here? I haven't worked on UI in so long. So I've kind of forgotten what all the widgets and stuff are. Because I think I want it to like show what you've selected, right? Like by aligning it. But then that means I would need to clamp the they might need to scroll too. I don't know how long. Like the area one may need to scroll. The simplest version for now is to just add another one right next to it. But it needs to be in like a certain, I guess I need to wrap this with like a horizontal box or something. So, oh, there's safe zone. Oh, nice. Yeah, that'll be good. I will need that. Horizontal box. But you can do a stack box and then change it from horizontal to vertical. So I don't know why people don't just use a stack box, but yeah. Horizontal, and so I need another one of these. Duplicate that. Control D does not duplicate. I can't duplicate. But I'm not even in, okay. Border, I guess we need that too. Just duplicate the whole thing, actually. Yeah, copy, paste. Border, options box. Well, I guess this will need to be dynamic, right? I can't just add one. Yeah, it needs to be dynamic. So, yeah, we just dynamically add to this, this box. What do I call this? Like, options, horizontal options box container. Well, there's already an options box. So this is an options box container. Hate that. Okay, so we got this thing, and then we need to add... I guess I need to make this a fucking component, don't I? Oh my god, okay, undo. Undo. Okay, so interaction text options. We need to make a new one of these. User widgets. I forgot how to make these. You gotta go blueprint then. User widget. UI. What am I calling this? Interaction option container. I hate the names for these, by the way. And this is all, literally all this is a stack box. Which, how do I get that? Stack box. We're gonna call that horizontal options container. It do be a variable. And what do I want? Overlay mode option. I don't want that anymore. Put container over there. Area, we can close you for now. What are your... In Discord's defense, it scales really poorly because most people are active in like 5% of the servers they're in. They still have to manage all those notifications and stuff. Yeah, I guess I didn't think about the notifications. Is it really that many though? Like, how much money can that like, that's tiny data, right? How much money is that actually to run? Yeah, what am I doing here? Screen size desired. Which is, yeah, I mean, it's literally just a container. Should I just make it a safe area or whatever? Yeah, let's put a safe area here, actually. Wrap with safe area. Safe zone. Is there some actual documentation on or a comment on this? No, of course not. Here we go. Central part of developing game UI, run a lot of different PC platforms. Common for TVs to have extra pixels under the bezel. Oh, so does this not handle clamping it to the screen? Okay, maybe let's not use that for now. Okay. Then we're gonna have this, and all we really need here is a function for like add interaction text options. Do I need the word text in here, or can I change all these to interaction options to make them shorter? I think we can just do interaction options. Interaction text box. That actually makes more sense. Interaction text option makes more sense too. UI. Below interaction text container. It's literally just a container. Your server with 100,000 members and some tags and everyone. It's still got to go through 100,000 users. Yeah. Maybe don't tag everyone. I know, right? Fuck those people. Yeah, but it's tiny data though. Like, that's still just maintaining, like, because like for every new user, I don't think it's that staggering, Adder. I think YouTube is a lot more staggering because the data they're transferring is video data. It's the CPU cost, not the data cost. I don't even think that's, I think that's even less. I think that's even less. Like a for loop over 100,000 items is not like, that's, you know, I can run that on my machine in a millisecond, you know, like, and they have actual servers that are probably parallelize that, you know. I don't think that it's actually that expensive. And this is coming from a software engineer who has actual, like, I'm not speaking as the game dev who doesn't know much about game dev now. I'm talking about, these are things I actually know about. And yeah, I don't think it's actually that much. Again, I don't know the actual metrics and like what actually happens when, you know, a notification goes out. But if we're just thinking that the things that happen when someone does a notification, okay, the person who sends it to the server, you know, that's one server's call. That's easy. That's just a, you know, a request, probably pretty small. It's the server. The server needs to save that like message or whatever. So there is storage space for the message itself. It needs to probably do a one-to-many relationship between the message and the people who need to be notified. But that is just one. That's two IDs. That's two integers. Tiny data. For each person tagged in a message, that's two IDs. That's what is that? 8 bits. How many bytes is a? How many bytes in an int in a SQL int? 4 bytes. So yeah, you got 8 bytes of data, and then that you know, it's probably WebSockets. So they probably just got a WebSocket running on the app and the on the client, on the app and the website. That's just checking for new notifications. And literally, if that that check would be for like, you know, give me the ID of the notification of any, give me a list of IDs for any new notifications I need to fetch. Probably fetches those after it gets that, or it just makes a maybe the WebSocket just sends it without that additional request. And then you just sit the message itself. I mean, the message itself is probably, if it's going to phone and it's push notifications, then it would send the message itself. But if it's in like a server on the app, like it probably doesn't even load the message till you click on the server. I mean, probably what they're trying to prevent is more people from loading the whole fucking server, not just getting a notification. It's probably where most of the cost comes from. So I think they're probably just trying to prevent the number of people in servers in an indirect way. Because loading all the messages in a server and shit like that. Because it's like when you click on a Discord server, it loads all the messages, all the channels and everything like that. That's where it starts to get bigger. It's still textual data, right? They do have videos and GIFs and stuff. GIFs are a link, though, that's just rendered on the client side, so they don't have any bandwidth cost for that for the most part. But there are you can upload videos to Discord, so that would be the bigger data. But they cap you. I think it's like what, like a 2 megabyte or something like that, 20 megabyte, and then you have to have Nitro. That's probably, video uploads are probably the biggest cost for them. And this like limiting the number of servers, like I can't imagine that that's actually like directly saving money. I think in an indirect way it can, because it just limits the number of servers that need to be loaded on the client. But if I were them, I would be lazy loading all of those servers anyway. So it's not like it's loading all of them till you click on it. The only thing I would load is like, you know, how many number of notifications the user has, the fucking icon of the server, you know. Yeah, I mean, that's all you'd need to load until the user clicks on it. So maybe they're just trying to prevent, I mean, if they don't do that, then yeah, if they're loading every server, like when you open the app, yeah, that would be directly saving money, but that would be bad. You shouldn't do that. You should just lazy load them. Don't load them till you need to. And then it doesn't matter how many the user has joined. Now I'm in a system design interview right now. This is a system design interview. I'm not even doing Unreal Engine anymore. I wonder if you get the ping, but then the local app determines if you actually get the ping. Well, that's what the WebSocket would probably be for. Like, you could do it one of two ways, where you just send it regardless because it's not that much. Or you could just send a very small... a WebSocket is like it's a way to make like service requests that are very small, and it maintains a connection, so they're kind of faster and smaller. They're meant to be faster and smaller. So that could just be checking for, hey, do I have any new notifications? And it could be respond with like, yeah, here's the IDs for them. And then the client could be like, okay, do I want to fetch those right now or not? Does the user have notifications turned on? You know. But whenever you want to display the UI, you would need that number. So they I'm gonna guess they probably have it. Most of the time they just do it automatically. Unless the push notifications on the phone, you know, are turned off. That would be the only case, I would think. It doesn't even load until you do a fast scroll on a server after clicking on it. It itch loads. Yeah, I mean, it's not loading every message either, that's for sure. Honestly, searches probably cost quite a bit of money too. On a grand, like one search obviously doesn't cost that much money, but like on a grand scale, like the larger a server gets, the more messages it has, the more channels it has, the more users are posting, like, and searching, like that starts to get expensive. 25 megabyte cap is with Nitro. I'm a user. He must be talking about me. Yeah. We are all Discord users on this glorious day. Okay. What the fuck? What am I doing? Add interaction text options. So I guess this takes a I don't like the details over here. That feels weird. So this is going to take in interaction options. Discord search is just generally not great. I fucking 100% agree. Yeah. Yeah, so we just need to like add child on this, right? And then there is a remove child. What do I need for that? Remove child at. I guess if I pass the same interaction options, it'll be fine. But let me think about how that would work. I would need to like create a widget for one of these and then spawn it from here. Talk option, inspect option, on colony, join inspected. I could probably do that from blueprints. Join my colony. Yeah, I would probably just make an event in blueprints and handle it there. I don't know if the screen share is capped. I'm not seeing numbers on that. Yeah, that's another thing. It's like the screen sharing. That's a lot of data. Like my friends and I used to do that all. Like back when I would play a lot of video games, we would do that all the time. We'd always have our screen. Every one of us would have our screens on sharing, so the other people could watch. Like that's expensive. That's much more expensive than the textual data. Yeah, I guess I would do, yeah, I would have an event. Yeah, that gives me the interaction text option. Option ID, option text. I guess I don't know what the... How would I build out this context? I have to go soon. Talk to my colony chop tree. Yeah, I probably need an enum for that, and then I need to pass that along to blueprints, so blueprints knows like when I click on this, you know, here's the next set of options that we should add. And so like in here there's going to be some event here, and then I can get the UI, get local player HUD, add interaction, or like get interaction text box, which I need to change now that I have a container for it. And then that would need to call the functions I'm creating. My team has had 27 in a screen share call before, but I noticed X out of 25 limit number on the call list. Not sure where the cap number listed, huh? Yeah, I mean, Discord could have capitalized so much on the pandemic. If they could have taken Zoom's lunch. You know what I mean? Like Zoom came out of nowhere during the pandemic and ate Skype's lunch. Like Skype should have been. But Skype is no longer a thing now, I guess. It's all Teams. But Discord really could have popped the fuck off. Like, I think a Discord server, like especially for college students, like a Discord server for the class, for each section, would be really nice to be able to ask your peers questions about the homework and shit. You know what I mean? Like the number of times in my short years of college, and then also my girlfriend going to college, like where it's like the teacher gave like some like shitty ass instructions, or like, hey, make sure you turn in the homework, and you go on Canvas and it's not fucking there. And you're like, okay, like I'm supposed to be doing homework and turning it in, but there's nothing here. Where is it? You know what I mean? Like That is absolutely the kind of thing Discord would have been great for. Just have a chat room with everyone else in the class being like, hey, did you guys find the homework? Like, that would have been so fucking nice. So I think Discord for schools could actually be really cool. Would be really good. I don't know. Maybe they're already trying to do that and they failed. They absolutely could have dominated. They could. Yeah. And it's going to get shitty soon. It's going to get shitty soon because they're going public. They need to make money soon. See if I can send you guys off somewhere. No one. Huh? Yeah, I don't see any Unreal Engine professional game dev. Yeah, I'm just gonna hop on out of here. I gotta go to a meeting here. So, thank you all for joining me. 'Twas a pleasure. I hope to see you again soon. So yeah, bye. I gotta go.